Okay, everyone, can you hear me? Everyone can hear me well enough? I don't need to walk around with a mic? No? Okay, excellent. All right. So welcome to O Week at Flinders University. My name is Tony and I'm the course coordinator for midwifery programs at Flinders, but you need to remember me as Antoinette because if you try to email me, Tony will get you nowhere. So Antoinette on paper, Tony in person is how I go. And this is our Associate Professor Liz Newman, who's our academic lead. So she leads the midwifery program at Flinders University. Okay, so let's just get through the first couple of slides. So I would like to acknowledge that we're on Kaurna land today and that we acknowledge the Aboriginal people past, present and emerging and any in the room, and that the women have been birthing on these lands for, 60,000 years before us. So we pay our respects as we move on these lands. Now, I'm just going to play a little video from our VPED, who is the Vice President Executive Dean of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences, Tracy Humphrey. So let's hope this sound works.
Vice President and Executive Dean of Nursing and Health Sciences at Flinders University. I want to give you a very warm welcome to our university and also congratulate you in relation to your choice.
Let's try and get better sound. Oh, here we go. Liz is doing some tech for us.
Vice President and Executive Dean of Nursing and Health Sciences at Flinders University. I want to give you a very warm welcome to our university and also congratulate you in relation to your choice. We are known for our excellence in education, our innovative research and advancing practice. You are also joining us at a very exciting time. We have just launched our 10-year strategy, Agenda 2035, where we make a commitment to making a positive difference to 10 million people's lives. And as our students and graduates, you will make a significant contribution towards that. You have also shown wisdom in relation to choosing to study one of our programs in health, disability, or community inclusion. The world's population is growing rapidly. Our needs are becoming more complex and our expectations are changing. There are shortfalls in the workforce now and projected into the future. So you will be highly sought after as our graduates and future employees into practice or as future educators, future researchers and future leaders. And those opportunities will not just present themselves here in South Australia, but also across the nation and globally. So the next 3 to 4 years will be a significant period of growth for you, not just professionally, but also personally. So please do take every opportunity that we give you in relation to what's within our curricula, but also extra to our curricula. I hope you enjoy Orientation Week, have fun, build relationships with your peers, other students, and also our staff. And I hope to meet every single one of you at some point during your journey here with us at Flinders University.
So something a little bit exciting, Professor Humphrey is actually a midwife, so that is, we're very, very pleased with her appointment. Okay.
Vice President and Executive Dean of Nursing.
No, that's because we did kind of
Vice President and Executive Dean of...
How are we going to do that now?
She's got her role.
There we go. Okay. So welcome to the Bachelor of Midwifery at Flinders University. I would like to congratulate you all because it's a highly competitive course, so you've worked hard to win your space, so well done on that. There we go, a slide for you. Okay, so I just want to go through, this is just basically, it is information overload today. but don't feel you need to know it all by the time you leave, because everything that will be said to you today, you'll be able to access that information at another time from a website or a person at Flinders. We're just letting you know the amount of resources available to you to succeed at Flinders University. Okay, so we're going to start by introducing the midwifery team. So as I introduce each person, I'm just going to get them to come down and give you a little spiel about who they are and what they do. So we're going to start with our Professor, Annette Briley.
Sorry. It always surprises me that I'm first.
Do you want the mic or?
There we go. This will sound different. Hi, my name's Annette. Please don't call me Professor. I'm Annette, everybody. It was good enough for my parents to call me that name, so it's good enough for everyone else to use. I came to Flinders 6 years ago from the UK, where I worked at Guy's St Thomas's and King's College London, and I have never regretted that decision. Welcome to this place. I support the midwifery team, but my main focus is research, which I'll talk to you about a bit about later.
Thank you. Thanks, Annette. And
hello, I'm Liz Newnham, Associate Professor at Midwifery and Academic Lead. So I will also teach into the program, but also have a research component to my role. So and supporting the team as well, and the discipline of midwifery in and across the state and the country. Yeah, thanks. Nice to meet you all. It's lovely.
And I'm Tony. There's my name via email, just so you know. I've been a midwife for 20 years and I've worked in lots of different models of care. My passions are actual mental health in the perinatal mental space and midwifery prescribing, so postgraduate education to make you prescribers, which you will all go on and do because I'll be in your ear for the next 3 years. And on the screen you can see the topics that I coordinate and teach into throughout the degree as well. So you don't really see me in first year, but you will see me in second and third year, and as a course coordinator you'll deal with me in first year. Okay, great. And Kathy.
Sure. I'm going to cheat and take this microphone back here because everyone else is up here. How is everyone? Great to see you. So I'm Kathy. So I'm the newest member of the team here. So I started back in November, but have worked at another university in the midwifery degree. Also worked privately in private practice, well, not private practice, but in the private hospital and public hospital. Background also with APRA, which is our regulator, which you'll learn about as you go along the way. So have had a lot of different experiences and hopefully can bring these to you. And you find them interesting and enjoyable. I typically teach in third year, so I'm at the moment teaching collaborative and interprofessional learning, and also into the grad cert later for already graduated midwives. So that's me. Thanks.
That is me.
Hi everyone, I'm Leonie. I am going to be telling you a bit more about myself later on, so I don't want to give too much away, but I will be teaching you in 1011, and which is exciting, and then you won't see me again until second year probably. And I'm also teaching into the prescribing course as well this semester. I recently finished my PhD. So you can call me doctor. Just kidding. Leonie's fine. And I've done a lot of, I've had a lot of experience in models of care. So mostly continuity of care, but setting up models as well in New Zealand and in New South Wales. And I've been in South Australia now for 3 years. So you're going to know the hospital systems better than I do because I haven't worked in the hospital system in South Australia. So that's me, and I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Leonie. Liz McNeil. Oh, I don't think I need the mic.
You know the mic there, because it's screen.
Oh, it's online, is it? Oh, okay. I couldn't remember what photo I sent you.
I've actually lost weight since then. It's been really cool. Because we have two Liz's, if you want to differentiate between them, instead of saying Prof Liz, which you can also just say Lizzie, and that's me. or Macbeth, whichever. We'll usually answer. I've been here seemingly forever. I call myself an academic, a midwifery flavoured academic. I'm a nerd and a geek. I love simulation. I love IPE. I love assessments.
Just say what IPE is.
Sorry, IPE, Interprofessional Education and Learning. So we talk with other professions, like we've done some work with medical students, we've done some work with paramedic students, and we're looking to increase that in the future because as you learn together, you also work together. So there's the fun in that, and we've got the fun of the new building coming up that's going to be exciting in 3 years' time when that comes. So, yeah, I float around in the background. You see me in a whole pile of different topics these days. What one's missing? Oh, evidence. 2014. So I'm also a nerd for evidence, and I will promote midwifery evidence through talking, through teaching, and through my podcast. Which is called Through the Pinard. And I speak to midwives from around the world who have done their doctorates. So it's really quite cool. I like it. It's been going for 5 years.
What about yours? Your doctorate?
Oh, and my doctorate's actually on my podcast and on other people's midwifery journeys. It's very meta. So my midwifery podcast, my midwifery PhD, which I'm hoping to hand up in 2 months, is about other midwives' PhD journals in Australia and the UK. Just got to make life fun.
Nearly finished.
2 months. 2 months.
Thanks, Liz. Yay.
Larissa's not here, but Larissa is fabulous and will be here in March.
Yeah. And Chloe, who you will see so much of in first year. This is your guiding light walking down the stairs right now.
What a way to make an entrance. Hello, everyone. I'm Chloe. Yes, I will be with you throughout your first year in your clinical topics in 1101, not to be confused with 1011, which is with Leonie. I have just come back from maternity leave with my daughter Luna. She's almost 1, so I'm just still getting my head back around how things work. I'm really looking forward to working with you in your clinical labs and sharing with you the wonderfulness that is midwifery and woman-centred care. My interests are mostly in the postnatal period, breastfeeding and infant sleep, but I have interests across the whole perinatal continuum. And yes, so I look forward to seeing you next week.
Great, thank you, Chloe. Chloe Harris is working in the labs today. She's another outstanding staff member. So you'll notice we have 2 Chloes and we have 2 Liz's. So I say Harris and Mora because it just makes my life easier, and McNeil or Macbeth or whatever I feel like calling her that day. But you will meet Chloe in second year. And Dr. Ali Tate has joined our team as well. You'll get to know her through the Australian College of Midwives. She is the president currently. And she is teaching sometimes into second and third year, but mostly in the postgraduate space as well. And some other staff that you will see, so we use a lot of casual staff in our clinical labs. So when you're doing your lab days, you will see Tara's a Flinders staff member who also teaches into the Aboriginal health topic. Emily Tegan's a Flinders staff member. Tori you see a lot of next year in all the pharmacology topics, and Anita is in the clinical lab space as well. So there's a lot of casuals. We've probably got about 10 that would have to go on the slide, but you meet them at different stages throughout the degree. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Liz McNeil, who is going to do a really fun icebreaker activity, and we all love icebreaker activities, don't we? So we're not going to ask you for a fun fact about yourself, but...
Well, we kind of are, but in a different way.
We tricked you.
So for those that are online, you get to come and grab a paper if you want later on, or we can do something next week. Okay, on your tables, you have got some paper. You are now allowed to turn them over. Feels like an exam, doesn't it? Don't touch your papers, turn them over. I knew it. Okay, so this is human bingo. If there's any people who don't have one, come and grab one from the front. I have plenty. So for the next few minutes, what you need to do is you need to actually talk to people. You need to have a different person's name in each box. For example, if you find someone who is an artist, what type of artist are they? So it's more than just a name. I want a little bit of details. If they have watched Call the Midwife, what series are they up to? I know I'm up to about 3 because I've stopped it with my PhD. Oh, everyone's leaving. Bye. So once you have got a name and details in all 25, it's not just 5 across, it's all 25, you get to come and pick a chocolate from the table, and that's your prezi. I might possibly have enough for everyone, I may not. You can ask the staff if you can't find anything. We can't guarantee what we're going to give you. But you have, let's go with 10 minutes and see how we go from that. Okay, start finding. I'm getting black t-shirts with the podcast logo, the new podcast logo on it. Take over seats. That's what I'm going to wear. For the university. Yeah, you go for it. I've got 2 backpacks on my back. So that's why I thought it's going to be better on the front, but I might pick you up. But I'm getting badges, little bell badges made up at the moment. Go for it. I just have to put a name tag on Bill so I don't lose Bill, my walking stick. So I need to call you up. My name is Bill. I belong to the next phone number. So I'm just going to dig loads of road. So I need to bring up. But they're going to park people around sitting on the because we're just recording that. Jeff was a weird slice from next week so that's as well. And it's staggeringly reinforced in kind of like yeah. They were 30 years ago. Well, yeah. But our internal students should know that. And then when they're in third year again, why don't we want to show them? Like, we actually got to close up we quite often it's only a matter if they try and email me. But if they email me, it won't get to me. I don't think it's just the normal way. I used to be protecting on Lizzie and certain people. We got there when I have to keep stopping to work out how to spell alphabet. Because once it's automatic in the email. I had to check my spelling to go, where's the H? Where's the H? Then you need to get your A in each square. And sometimes it's not for an artist, it's like an artist. Doing something years ago, and then she kind of went, "Oh, my name is Lena," and I went, "No, that's not how you say it." And then I had to go Twitter with her and Helen, and it was just kind of like Lena. No, that's not. Wait a minute. Yes, it is. That's you saying how you say your name. It is correct. Oh, you automatically, yeah. What are you feeling? You got cats? We might have to. That's the only one that's out. I can easily add that to the share too. Because I just look at it. It was an hour by the time there was like a breakdown on the and a lot of roadworks right just up in the city. I know. That's it. Definitely. Wow, that's a risk. It's one place online. We did it during COVID. I don't know if it's yeah. No one else in the show. Yeah, I was going to say, you might want to show yourself around me. Well, we are, so we can. But that's right, so you get to be the lucky one. So when we sit down together and no one else has had that, you introduce yourself and you go, oh, that works. Well, no, I won't know. No, I'll do it. Oh, yeah, AJ. How are we going? We've got 2 minutes.
Anyone a left-hander? Where's the microphone?
Okay, got another 10 minutes.
I was going to say use the microphone. Is anyone a left-hander?
Okay, I have had a request. Is anyone a left-hander? Oh, up the room, out the back. Is anyone else finding something difficult to find?
You have? Oh my god.
Anyone close to bingo yet with all 25 filled in?
I'm a tough girl, except when it comes to Isaac. So let's see. So I'll sit down, let's sit down again in a couple of minutes and kind of go through the outstanding ones. See if we can get 25 more. But yeah, so when we have all of us are together, then we're going to go to well, not because it starts at 5, we have to be there by 4. Like, we have to kind of finish at 4 to get into town fast.
Because I need to be there in case someone gets caught away. But I don't know what the Which one's he looking for? He's again in this one that I wish. He put me down at good at time management. Kind of out. Candy Crush? That's right, we're going to get everyone to sit down and then we're going to call out the ones that are upset. So everyone's going to end up in this. Well, you're the closest. You're going to be the first to yell out fingers. Just say anyone had Candy Crush or words with friends or anything like that.
Does anyone take Candy Crush? So you're a gamer then? That's a game? It's something I don't know. No, they said I can
New requirement. Yes. Look at you two. Excellent. Well, you get to choose the trainers first. That's one thing whenever you get to choose them. How do you get 2 each? Okay, we've had two. Oh, sorry, that scuttled. We've had 2 people go bingo. How everyone else is going? Do you want to have a sit down and then we'll have a look through? Go back to your seats. By the end of this session, everyone will have bingo. And a chocolate, hopefully. Someone's got to have the old gold. It's always the one that's left over. Oh, I love Turkish delights. Love Turkish delights. You got bingo too? Excellent. Grab it. Okay, we have 3 people that have got bingo. So here goes the second stage. So which ones are the ones that are hard to find? Vegetarians. Anyone who's going to admit to being a vegan vegetarian? It's a safe place. Obviously there are some because we've got some bingos. Absolutely. I'm going to change that to a non-meat eating. I don't know. But yes, we'll say that counts. So therefore, does that mean your name can go to that square? Okay, so what is your name, please? Sam. Okay, Sam's name can go to that square. What else did people not get completed? 5 pregnancies, and we can go for kind of births or pregnancies. Liz, you having your name happily against that one? So, Liz. What other one? Scuba diving.
Has anyone been scuba?
Oh, couple of names. So what name? Scarlett. Becky. Yep. Oh, I've done that. It's magic. It's really cool underwater. Till you get out of water and you're wet and heavy and then you weigh a ton. Okay, what other needs to be filled in?
Contact lenses.
Contact lenses. Who wears contact lenses? I do sometimes. You do sometimes? What is your name? Jack. Jack? Excellent. Good on you. You have a level of bravedom that beyond mine, because there's no way anything's getting close to my eyes. No. Bad enough having to put drops in my eyes after surgery. Oh, God, no. I'm a big wuss girl. Okay, what else needed filling? Left-handed. There was one person who put their hand up for left-handed. Oh, 2 people.
My name's Leela.
Leela? Danny.
Oh, they found each other.
Danny with an I, Danny with a Y. Danny with an I. Okay, what else?
Computer games.
Computer games. Now, computer games can be Candy Crush, can be Words with Friends, can be Mortal Kombat, can be anything. So does anyone play any of those computer games?
There's one.
That's all right. Emma, which ones do you play? Excellent, that's cool. Trust me, as soon as my PhD is handed in, and as soon as I finished all the work, I am getting into a couple of games that people keep telling me, and I keep going, no, I've got to keep doing my PhD, but when it's free, watch out. I'm going to play.
Has everyone got their squares? Is there still one?
yours?
Musical instrument?
Musical instrument?
Lots.
Guitar and Emily.
Emily?
And
Charlotte and I play the flute.
Charlotte? Oh, nice.
yeah.
Who else has got missing squares still?
Speaks more than English.
Okay, who's got a second language? What's your name? Metalia. Excellent. And what square have you got empty? Is an artist.
Aren't we all artists?
Of our own lives.
Who's an artist? It could be any type. Yep.
I write music. Great.
You write music? Excellent. Tony, you paint, don't you?
I do lead light.
Lead light. There you go. That's artistry. Tony.
And the music, right? What's your name again?
Emily.
Emily. What other squares are empty? Or have you all got bingo?
Under 18.
Under 18.
Over 40. We had one.
Over 40. Under 18, what's your name? Jasmine. That's right. 1 year we had 5 people under 18.
Early school leavers.
When's your birthday?
April.
Excellent. Good month.
Taurus.
Anyone else got empty squares, or have you all now got bingo because everything's filled in? Oldest in the family. What's your name? Alyssa? Alexis? Onyechi. I like that. Anyone else got vacant squares?
Fur children only.
Has fur children only. So as in has
Here's one.
dogs, cats, anything with fur.
Jordana.
Jordana? Fur babies.
Okay.
Cool. Excellent. So come down and grab a chockey. Hopefully there's enough for everyone.
We might pass them around.
Okay, I'll put them in the boxes and pass them around. Well done, everyone.
Okay. We're just going to keep talking, guys, because I've got a guest speaker coming at 10, so I've just got to get through a bit of curriculum information. So the course pathways are the Bachelor of Midwifery pre-registration, so or post-registration if you're a nurse. Are there any nurses in the room? One. Only one's come? There's more of you, don't worry, but you're notoriously online joiners. So you have, whatever the program is, you have double the length of time to get through it. So a lot of people do go part-time for 1 year if they're struggling to meet the commitments. So if you have a baby or whatever, if you're in the 3-year program, you have 6 years to complete the program. Or if you're in the 2-year program, you have 4 years to complete the program. We do have some people who step away and then come back. So that's just good to know that the topics can actually time out. Okay, so this bachelor is 50-50. It is 50% theory and 50% clinical. So half your learning takes place in our clinical partnering venues. These are the hospitals and clinical placements that we send you out on. And it is a massive part of the course and where you consolidate the learning that you're doing while you're here. Okay? I'm just going to get Liz to speak to midwifery in general and the course overview.
I can use this one.
Okay.
So there's, I'm not sure what's happened to the letters here. I think the
Yeah, it
circles
just
aren't
didn't-
quite big enough. But essentially, we've got all of these different kind of aspects of midwifery that we teach you. So we often talk about midwifery being an art and a science. So there's lots of science, lots of research, but there are also things that we teach you about midwifery philosophy and midwifery skills and other things like sort of relational aspects, how to be with people at a really important time of their lives, which is kind of crucial to the whole thing. We also teach about Indigenous health and cultural safety, primary health care, and nutrition. We talk a little bit about sociology and the history and politics of midwifery, and phys obviously is quite important. So, you know, the whole thing from conception to after the baby and more. And psychology, mental health, and also law, ethics, and professional practice. So that's a key kind of concept that will thread through all of your 3 years. And we talk about these things in increments. So we call it scaffolding. So you learn the foundational bits in first year, then we increase on that in second year, and then we consolidate things in third year. And then by the end of third year, you're ready to go out and practice and be fabulous midwives, like without a doubt. So you all will get to that point, which is great.
Great. While we've got Chloe, this is Chloe Harris. So I'm just going to let you speak about yourself for a minute.
Is this on? Hello.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm Chloe. I am one of the lecturers here. I only work 2 days a week because I work as a midwife as well. We're all midwives. But I practice privately. So I work for a group called Embrace Midwifery. I'm an endorsed midwife. So we mostly offer home births, but we will support women in the hospital too. We're actually currently in the process of getting admitting rights and offering for people to be admitted under us in hospitals. So I do that kind of 2 days a week as well, but it's case loading. So I get a client a month and then manage that. You know, obviously birth doesn't have a time. So when they call me, I have to go. I have 2 kids. I've got a 4.5-year-old and a nearly 2-year-old. I had them at home, so I feel really aligned with that space and that work. Yeah, it's the best job. It's a part of my personality now. So yeah, to me, you've picked the right career. It's one of the most privileged experiences that you'll ever have, is walking that journey with women. It's awesome.
Thanks.
Currently I'm teaching second year clinical topic and then the final third year topic. So I might not see you in first year. Yeah, well, this year I won't, definitely, because we've done our workload, yeah. But in future, not sure.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll see you guys around.
Okay.
Chloe's teaching today. She's popped up.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through and walk you through the curriculum so you get a little bit of an idea on what that's going to look like. And then later this afternoon, I've got Eliza Crackett coming to speak to you about study plans, who she can cater a study plan to the individual if they're wanting to enrol part-time or something like that. So in first year, you have the topics that start with MIDW are taught by the wonderful midwifery team that you've been introduced to this morning. And I can't stress enough how lucky you are to have the team that teaches this program, because they're exceptional midwives. The ones that start with HLTH are run by Health Sciences, okay? So every topic that you get, there'll be a topic coordinator, and that should be made very, very clear on the flow topic, which is Flinders Learning Online. So the flow topic will tell you who your topic coordinator is. So any query that you have goes to the topic coordinator. Anything that needs to go past the topic coordinator would then come to me. But if it's in the health topics, they have their own course coordinator. So the health topics, I don't have oversight of those topics. And so you would go to their topic coordinator, and then they have their own course coordinator above that topic. So human bioscience you do in semester 1. You do the PEP topics, which are where you would learn in the clinical lab space here, and it would have a placement component. So you would also be going out on your placement. So you'll be with Leonie for 1011, Professional Skills for Midwives, Human Biosciences, which is mostly run by Roweda, I think, at the moment. And then Chloe Mora, who you met this morning, for 1101, which is your first clinical topic. And then your placement is a bit later in the semester. And then in semester 2, you've got, I think it's Larissa at the moment for 1019, Optimising Health, Women and Babies. Again, Health Sciences run strength-based approaches to working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And then 1020 is your second clinical topic, okay? So for the first clinical topic, it's only 80 hours, so it's a 2-week placement. And then towards the end of the year, in semester 2, it's a 1-month placement. But how our placements work are they're in 2-week blocks, Okay, so you might be 2 weeks at the Lyell McEwen, 2 weeks at Mount Barker. You'll get a lot more information on placement when Edith and Kathy speak a bit later in the day. So that's the first year if you are not an RN, okay? And again, these are just going through the curriculum quickly for those that are not registered nurses. So second semester, you start getting your pathophysiology and pharmacology topics are coming in. We do 2017, which is the mental health topic, talking about perinatal wellbeing. And then 2020, the green topics are your clinical placement topics. So there's a lot of theory still. There's a lot of lab learning, but there's a placement component to it, and it's a 9-unit topic, which is why you only have 3 topics in a semester instead of 4. So when we get into second year, the placement blocks go up. So it's 2 6-week blocks, 6 weeks in semester 1, 6 weeks in semester 2, and you'll start to attend birthing placements as well. But again, they're in 2-week increments, so it's not 6 weeks back to back, unless you choose that, because you do get to self-select your placements. And then we, in semester 2, start to introduce some of the research topics. So you've got the evidence-based midwifery care, the more pathophys and pharmacology, which is much more maternity setting. So the first one is an introduction to all the body systems and how drugs move and work in our bodies. And then in second semester, it's a little bit more specific how drugs work and move in a pregnant body. Okay? And then that second clinical topic where there's a 6-week placement. And then in your final year, you've got Global Health for Midwives with Lizzie, and that's an online topic. 3017 with Kathy, who's just walked back in, which is our interprofessional learning. And then 3101, which is me, which is one of the final clinical topics where we talk about scope expansion, so the expanded role of a midwife, all the different things you can do. And then in your final semester, you have 2 9-unit topics, one which is a professional project, which is with Liz, and then Chloe Harris, who you just met, the final clinical topic. Okay, and that's where we consolidate all your learning that's occurred over the 3 years. Now, if you are an RN, if the only RN in the room, I'll speak to you directly. Your scaffolded learning looks a little bit different. So you do some of the first year topics, and then you skip into some second year topics in semester 2. And then in second year, you do some second year topics and the third year topics. Okay. So we've just got a little video here about the clinical lab session. So we've got some really high-tech simulated equipment. Nothing is as good as the real thing. So what you're learning at labs is the mechanical movements that would go along with an action and how to approach something with a bit of confidence. But the real sort of rich learning will happen when you're in the clinical environment, the placement.
And it's also learning in a safe environment. So when you give your first injection, for example, it's into something that isn't a human being. So you learn the techniques and can make mistakes.
A very safe place to make mistakes.
And not out on placement.
Yeah. Okay.
Flinders University are leaders in health and in care, and we are focused on the growth and development of our nursing and midwifery programs, both at an undergraduate and a postgraduate level.
Nursing and midwifery are both very long-standing professions. Indeed, midwifery is the second oldest profession in the world, and it's always been based around the intrinsic values of care and compassion.
We offer a variety of learning experiences through multimodal education. In terms of nursing and midwifery theory, this is offered in the classroom and online, and we also offer a chance to practice and consolidate nursing skills through placements and labs.
The midwifery course at Flinders is very student-focused. It happens in 2 areas, at the university, in the classroom and the simulation laboratories, but also a really important part is in placement. And student midwives are placed within the public and private sectors in a variety of venues. This means that they can have a real opportunity in the safety of being a student to be supervised in their clinical practice.
We have state-of-the-art labs, and some of the benefits include our high-fidelity mannequins, which are mimicking patients, so it gives students a chance to practice their skills and their patient care in a safe way. We also have simulated hospital environments, so we're mimicking a ward environment that students would experience on placement and as a registered nurse in their practice. Another interesting experience that we offer is called HoloLens. It's a mixed reality experience, so students are given the chance to put on a headset and then they can witness high-level patient experiences that they wouldn't necessarily get the chance to be involved in on placement. So, for example, a cardiac arrest situation or nursing care that's offered to a burns patient. One of the other benefits of studying at Flinders is an innovative teaching technique called Mask Ed, in which we can mimic a real-life patient situation. The educator actually puts on a silicone mask to become a patient character and then can help direct the scenario and guide the students' learning. The educator can then take off that mask and debrief the students on what went well, what didn't go so well, and what they can work on next time. We have a really large team of educators. They come from all sorts of different clinical backgrounds. So we have nurses from the emergency department, the operating room, the intensive care unit, the Royal Flying Doctors, the Defence Force, aged care and paediatrics, just to name a few. Our nursing team have a lot of experience working in the field, and this is really great in helping prepare our students from that really important transition from student nurse to graduate registered nurse. We have a wonderful welcoming culture at Flinders University where we really focus on student development, and we have skills that are really important in life that are embedded in every subject that we offer. The student experience is our central value, as are many of the values that we demonstrate through our teaching. So these include autonomy in practice, integrity, honesty, and maintaining human dignity.
So that was a bit nursey, but we need probably a full midwifery.
Flinders University are...
Again. No. What's happening? Get out of that.
Can you put the mouse on the thing?
Yeah, there we go.
So this is a nice quote from Barbara Katz-Rothman, who actually is a sociologist, but she came and spoke to our third years last year, which was fabulous. And you'll see this quote in so many labour wards and birth units all around the country. And in fact, I took a photo of, it's painted on the wall of the midwifery school in Amsterdam. And really it captures the essence. I think some of us have been speaking about today, and you would have seen the enthusiasm of the midwifery team for the job that we do. And some of us now aren't practicing necessarily, but we're doing education and research, which is equally, we're equally passionate about that. But really, this is just kind of understanding the depth of the process that we walk through with people, birthing people, and families, and it really is one of the most humbling and rewarding jobs in the world, and you'll hear us say that all the time. So yeah, we really just want to welcome you to that space, and we are here to support you every step of the way. So please, the one thing I would say is if you're having any kind of problem or struggle, or you're not sure what's going on, come and talk to us, because we're here to support you. Like Tony said, your first step would normally be the topic coordinator, and then obviously Tony as course coordinator. I'm here as academic lead. Liz McNeil is also a student experience coordinator. That's got a slightly different level. And we've also got other people that will come and talk to you this afternoon who are also here to support you. So we are all here to make sure that you have every opportunity for success in this program, and we're all super invested in you. So I just want you to understand that. And also, it might be a bit soon right now, but by the end of the day, and I'll remind you later if I remember to remind you, someone else can remind me to remind you. We would like you to just have somebody's contact details, it's email or a phone number if you feel happy, so that when you walk out of here, you've got one person that you can contact if you're not sure where to go on Monday, or if you don't know where you're going or what to do or what the next step is. And you will find that the peer support that you create throughout this degree will keep you going throughout your career as a midwife, and we all support each other in that same way, because you're going to need it.
I think a few people have already done it by the looks of some of the looks in the classroom, which is well done. But you may have just met your best friend.
Or at least the people who you are going to, go through a lot with it over the next.
And please come and see us early if you're struggling, if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you just can't see a clear path. It's really tempting to just wait and wait and wait until you then get into a hole that you can't see an end out of. We've all done the course. We all know the pressures to it. We're here to help you. So come and email us early. Can I have a chat with you? That's all it takes, and we will sit and have a chat with you. So please don't ever feel afraid to kind of contact us to say, look, I'm struggling. It's okay. We expect everyone to struggle in one way or another. We're going to talk more about that next week.
We're just now sorting out some online technical issues.
Cool. Okay, so I might go back and do some work. Just WhatsApp me if you want.
Yeah, just hang around to make sure we get either.
Okay. You can do that.
Just email Edith and make sure that she can get on this link.
So you have to access it from another. It's not letting you in.
Oh, hang on.
Do you need to access it from another? Give permissions.
Okay, it might be me. Hang on a minute. Which is weird.
You might have to bring her in as well. It's doing that thing. There you go.
Oh, that's you on the phone.
Yeah. So here we go. Great. So I should be able to get out of that now.
Hi, Peter. Can you hear us?
No.
Just doing a sound check. Sound imitation.
Edith, can I just see that we can hear you when you speak?
I should probably come in a minute. She was there. She was there.
Hi, Edith. Thank you.
Muted. Hang on. Oh, that's us.
It could be
Oh,
because...
hello.
Hi, Edith. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hang on a minute. How do I get out?
Just mute your phone.
She needs to be on the big screen, so she's probably going to share her screen after this.
But I can't. Edith, the people in the room can see you, but the live streaming can't. But do you need to share your screen or not?
I will share my screen, yes.
Okay, you can take over.
Just WhatsApp me if you need me.
Let me know when I can start.
Yeah, you can start. We're ready.
Okay. All right. So hi everyone. So my name is Edith Macaulay, and I'll be your placement point of contact throughout your Bachelor of Midwifery degree. So I'm just here today to take you through a couple of critical information that pertains to your placement. So one of the things I wanted to start with is, I'm just going to share my screen. So in the last few weeks, I've been sending through some emails. So yesterday I sent another one just to capture those who've recently enrolled. And these emails are very important. It's just to give you tips and information on how to start on your compliance. So if you look at my screen, so that should be the email you've received in the last couple of weeks. It just highlights to you what's your compliance deadline. So that's the 6th of April, when your documents should be valid to. There's a link to the website, which we'll look at shortly. And also just to tell you briefly, some of the documents you should start working on. And if you scroll down to the bottom, there are some attachments on those emails. They're very graphical with images just to make it easier for you to commence on your compliance. So if you haven't received these emails, it either means you haven't yet enrolled in your placement topic, or possibly you haven't yet logged into your student email inbox. So just to maybe give you some few tips. So normally Okta, I think all of you should have Okta at this point. And Okta is the place where you find all the application you'll be utilizing during your degree in midwifery. So if you look at Okta, you should see your Outlook email, and you can log into there to see all the information you're receiving from different places, including myself, in terms of your placement information. The other thing also, if you can't find your apps, you can always search for them. So I've been receiving calls from students asking me, where can I find In Place? So if you look at the email I sent, I also gave you some information about In Place, what it pertains to. So In Place essentially is a platform whereby you'll be uploading all your compliance information. And essentially, I'll be looking at those compliance items, reviewing them. If there are any issues, I'll let you know as well. But you have to be able to access In Place. So again, you just have to go back to Okta, and you should find it here. But if you can't find it on your dashboard, just search, go to your left side. There's something called Add Apps. Click on Add Apps and then search In Place. So personally, I can't see it because I already have it on my dashboard. But if you don't have it on your dashboard, it should come up among this list, and then you can add that. Okay. So those your Outlook inbox and your In Place should be very close to you at this point, because I'll be communicating to you a lot via your email address. So you have to log into your Outlook email, check all communications I've sent to you, and also try to make sure that you can access In Place, because that's the place you'll be uploading all your compliance items. Okay. So if we just go back to the same email, I've also shared with you a link at the top. That's the Midwifery website email. So if you click on that link, it will take you to this place. So this website is very important for you throughout the entire program of your midwifery. It has all the information you need to be able to become successful in getting compliant, and also throughout your placement. So if you look at the top, one of the things you should be familiar with is the midwifery placement calendar. So if you click on the midwifery placement calendar, it just takes you to the calendar for your placement for the entire year. So in your instance, you're coming in at first year. So some of you will be coming through the undergrad entry, and you'll be doing midwifery 1101. So in semester 1, you'll be doing 2 weeks of placement, anywhere between 25th of May to 21st of June. So please block out that time, so that because I can allocate you at any point between those dates. For those coming in as graduate entry, you'll be doing mid 1102. That's 4 weeks, and that will run between 25th of May to 21st of June. So please make sure that you're familiar with those dates, because that's very important for you to be able to go out for placement. The other bit, if you scroll down, you'll start looking at your compliance deadline. So for semester 2, I'll be revising those dates, so don't worry about that. But in semester 1, so essentially your placement will fall between starting 25th of May to somewhere on 21st of June. And the compliance deadline will be 6th of April. So what you need to do is make sure as you upload all your documents, they're all in by the 6th of April, right? So that's roughly 1 month, maybe 6 weeks away. So please, if you haven't yet started uploading your documents to In Place, please do that. And then make sure that all your documents are valid to 21st of June because it has to be valid to the end of your placement. So that's very important. If we go back to the website again, we have something called the compliance checklist. I know I mentioned that in the email as well, but checklist is just basically to guide you as you work on your compliance. So what we've done is we've put down all the list of the requirements you'll be required to meet in terms of uploading the documents to InPlace. We've described in detail what needs to be done, including the links to how to apply to those documents. And we're telling you as well how long they're valid for in terms of their expiry. So I would recommend for you to start working on this. And the first document I would recommend is the TB service screening questionnaire. So normally with the TB service questionnaire, if you complete that, if you just click on this link, complete it, it goes out to the SA services. They'll review your questionnaire. And if there's nothing, no follow-up required, they'll send you an email saying all is good, all is well. So just take the screenshot and upload it to InPlace. Sometimes they ask you to do further tests. So as well, they might refer you to a GP. So based on the outcome of your TB questionnaire, some of those tests might impact your vaccinations. So I would ask you to first start with the TB questionnaire until you're cleared. And then once you get the email back, please also work on your immunization. So where do you work on your immunizations? So we have a document called Immunization Compliance Certificate. So it looks like something like this. So essentially, you're required to document your vaccinations for you to be able to be compliant for placement as well. My recommendation would be is if you have MyGov history, have a look at that. You'll see the list of all the vaccinations you've had. Take it with you to your GP. They'll be able to populate most of the entries for you. For those you're not sure about, they could do a blood test as well to confirm immunity. And if all is well, they'll just tick the box to say you're immune. For those that you need to complete, then please start on them as soon as possible. Often we get the Hep B vaccination that takes a lot of time for you to be able to complete. So you'll be put on a schedule. So you need to have 3 doses. You have one, wait for a month, have the second, wait for 6 months, have the third, and then wait for another month and do a blood test to confirm immunity. So it's quite a long process for the Hep B if you're not already immune. And what I just look at is as long as you're following your schedule and making sure that you go back. If you're supposed to go back for your second dose after a month, please go back and do that. So just make sure you follow the schedule once you commence with your GP. So that's also very critical. Besides that, the things I would also highlight is things like your DHS clearances. So normally you're supposed to complete your working with children check from the DHS clearance. So please start on that. Sometimes it can take even up to a month for it to come back. And you need to be compliant before you go on placement. So please start on that as soon as possible. Click on the link and it'll take you to the site. So in conjunction with this checklist, there's another document I shared with you called the Annual Requirements Guide. So what I've done is to just make it more graphical. It goes line in line with the checklist. If you look at the checklist itself, it goes line in line with the checklist. So if we just go back to this checklist from the top, it starts with your declarations. If you go to the guide as well, you have your declaration, but in a more graphical form. So I'd advise you to work hand in hand, look at the requirements guide, look at your checklist, check of how those documents are supposed to look like. So this just is to help you to know if you're doing the right thing, to give you more tips, to show the images of the documents you're working on, take you to more links for you to be able to work on. So I would advise you as you look at your checklist, also look at the annual requirement guides. That is very graphical for you. It helps you to understand exactly what you need to do. Okay. So apart from that, maybe the other thing worth mentioning, also if you go back to your email, is in terms of your placements. So what will be happening is I'll be allocating you your placements for throughout your degree. And what will happen is once your placement is confirmed, so normally once you log into InPlace, you land on something called a dashboard. So on the dashboard, you'll have the home, confirmed, and all these tabs, okay? So once I allocate to your placement and I've confirmed your placement, if you click on confirmed and scroll into that section, you'll be able to see your placement details, your placement contacts, any information I want to share with you with regards to your placement, and an attachment. So this attachment is normally just something called a roster. A roster is something that outlines the dates you'll be going out for your placement, the time you'll be going out for your placement. So unless you're confirmed, you can't see the roster. And it's good for you to see the roster. You can plan ahead of time the days you'll be going out for your placement. So this roster essentially looks something like this. So they're just rows of line and they have student numbers alongside. So you'll just go back to your placement details and check what number is your placement. So if you look at the comment, you'll see the student number, which will tell you that's your number. Then you have to go back to click on the attachment and find your student number on that attachment, which will tell you your roster. All right. So the roster, like I've mentioned, essentially just tells you when you're going out on placements, whether it's an early or a late, is it on a Monday or a Tuesday and things like that. Okay. So please make sure to get confirmed, be compliant early so that I can confirm your placement so that you can actually see your placement roster. All right. The other thing worth mentioning is if we just go back to your website as well, there's more information beyond your compliance. So if you look at that, this is just further information about your compliance. If you click in, you get links to the website, to a guide to help you complete your DHS clearance. And there's just more information just to help make it easier for you as you work through your compliance. If you look at the CPR section, you have the providers that you can actually use to complete your training. Same goes for your manual handling. All right. So normally as well, if you've done a work-based training that is practical and that it meets the requirements of our compliance in terms of the CPR and manual handling, you can upload that to in place for me to review. Okay. But otherwise, you're also happy for you to use these providers for you to be able to book in and attend your training. So the other part, like I mentioned, apart from compliance, you also have information about preparing for your placements, uniform, clinical badges. Where do you get your uniform? How do you purchase it? How do you obtain your clinical badge? And so forth. So the other important bit is your venue orientation. So normally, once I confirm your placement, you're supposed to attend orientation before you commence your placement. So based on the venue you're going to, check the venue you're going to, then come to the website and click on them and then book in for your orientation. All right. So if you don't attend orientation, you can't attend your placement. In most of the venues, you need to attend at least once in every 3 years. But if you go to a different venue that you haven't gone to before, you have to attend the orientation again. All right. So please make sure that before you attend any venue, you've done your orientation for you to be able to be accepted for your placement. And as you go further below, you get more information about, your course requirements, what to do during placement, your attendance, and so forth and so forth. So I can see it's a lot of information, but just take your time just to go through. And if you have any difficulties or any questions, if you come towards the end of the website, if you click on the College of Nursing and Health Sciences, you'll find the location where I'll be and the contact details as well. So that's the email address and the phone number you can call and just request to speak to Edith with regards to your midwifery placement. All right. So that's very important as well. I think I've covered most of the information. Does anybody have any questions?
Does anyone want to ask Edith anything while she's online at the moment?
In terms of, because I've done my nursing first, on In Place, it has all my old documents. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I've done my nursing first, so on In Place, it has all of my previous documents. Do I just delete them? Or how do I go about uploading new ones?
Okay. Yeah, so if you log into In Place, just keep scrolling. So you'll pass beyond the nursing section and then you'll come towards midwifery. So if some of the documents you've already provided through nursing, they'll be reflected on the midwifery section as well. And the others that you'll still need to upload if they're expired or if they're not part of what you've done in nursing. All right. So you'll have different sections. So you don't have to delete anything. Just scroll down to the midwifery section.
Thank you. Thanks, Edith.
Does that make sense? No worries.
Oh, yeah, one more. Hang on.
I have to bring it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. For the hepatitis B vaccine, I have to do mine again because I haven't done it before. So it takes like 1 year. If I do the first one, do I get placement or do I need to complete the whole thing?
I'm sorry, you just cut off. Just repeat that.
So if I take the first shot of the vaccine, do I need to wait until I complete the whole vaccine before I get my placement, or do I start immediately?
So the idea is for you to commence the schedule. So with Hep B, normally you have to just follow through. If you've done it today, you'll wait for a month. So I can monitor that and let you know that you need to go to the next one. Things like polio, chicken pox as well, we do monitor, but some venue needs you to have at least 2 vaccinations of the chicken pox as well. But the thing is, we normally look at the schedule mainly. So if you've already done your dose today, you can't get any tomorrow, even if the placement starts tomorrow. So we'll be able to give you more time to do it. But the thing is, you have to start now. So the earlier you start, the earlier you get compliant as well, and you won't run into those complications.
Okay. Beautiful. Thanks for that, Edith.
Thank you.
I'll just get you to stop sharing your screen, if that's all right. You might... Okay. This won't work. Okay, so Kathy Studley, who I introduced earlier in the day, is the Placement Education Coordinator. So she coordinates all the things that go on with your placements. She's going to provide a bit of information about that now, and then we'll have a morning tea break.
Thank you. All right, so it's probably a lot of information already up, so we'll just have to just remember what Tony said at the very beginning. We will go over this again. It's just, I guess, a good idea to come to orientation to hear some of the things that you've got to get started on. So as Tony was saying, I'm the Placement Education Coordinator. So I have been in this role for 6 weeks now. So it has been a role that's been offered before, but because I'm new to the uni, I'm just taken over that role. So there's things that I'm updating as we're going along. So yeah, you just have to bear with me over the next couple of weeks, but we're getting there. So part of this PEC role is really making sure that the relationships and partnerships with the venues are developed and they're maintained. And that's really important, really, for your placement experience. So to make sure that it aligns with what our course is accredited to do, so that my role sort of really sits in there. And ultimately, this is about trying to optimise your learning out on clinical placement. So and it's to make sure that you're prepared and ready, and that all of the experiences that you have, whether you're on your structured clinical placement or with your continuity of care, and we'll talk about continuity of care a bit later today, that all of those experiences are actually lining up with what our registration or our requirements are within this course. So this also means going out to the venues and partnering with the venues, building relationships with them and their educators to make sure that you're getting the best out of your placement. It's also support for you. So in your role as students, I support you as PEC too throughout your learning. And some of that can be through, there might be some additional supports that you require out on placement. But typically when you come in for your clinical courses, I'll be there working alongside the topic coordinator to give the support that they require, and obviously you as well. So my whole aim out of this role is to make sure that you're supported, that you're having, you know, positive, successful, well-supported experiences on placement. So as you would have heard earlier with Tony and Liz explaining that this course is 50% theory and 50% practical. So this is a practice-based course where you have, like I said, 50% of your time is out working clinically, where you're putting into practice what you're actually learning through theory and also practically in the simulated learning environment. And that becomes a really important space for practice. As I was saying earlier, it's a safe place to do things not right or practice, not just from a skills point of view with things like learning injections and facilitating birth, but also really focusing on what sort of communication you're going to have with people. Because sometimes we can think about saying things in our head and it sounds like it's going to sound really great, and then you say it in practice and you are like, oh my God, that's so embarrassing. So this is where the simulated learning environment, it's not just about your, if you like, harder skills, it's also about some of these soft skills around communication. So that's where you're going to have all of your practice before you go out. So you notice that you will have a number of labs on your timetable, and I just want to encourage you that this is the best place to do that practice. So I just want to encourage you to really engage with that, because it is really important. And the other thing that this simulated learning environment does is develops your skills, because you're going to have different experiences out on placement, because we have lots of different venues, which I'll go through in a minute, where you will actually go out and do your placement. The other component that's important around your PEP, which we call it, is your portfolio. And we'll talk later on, probably about 2:30 today, around your portfolio. I'm not sure if anyone's heard about portfolios. You might have had other friends that might have gone through a midwifery degree and discussed the portfolio. It is a big component of this degree, so you will hear us talk about that a number of times. And part of that portfolio is engaging in things like reflective exercises to really support your learning as well. So in terms of developmental stages throughout the degree, there's a number of them. So the first stage is really about developing your awareness. So this is around the needs of looking at women and their families, the availability and accessibilities of resources within the community around maternity care, and then developing your skills in working within different midwifery models of care as well. So during the second developmental phase is in second year is all about developing your practice. So this is around developing your clinical skills, developing, applying theory to practice in relation to normal pregnancy, birth and postnatal, but then also there's features of starting to be aware of complexities during the second year as well. And really starting to develop your skills in working in a multi-D team. So you'll notice, although midwifery is very autonomous, we work as a part of a team. Then when you enter third year, it's really about consolidating and getting ready for those that graduating year around your practice skills, but actually also feeling confident enough in those emergency situations if they arise. Now, I know this is a lot, there's a lot of information on this slide, but this will be in your portfolio guidelines, which I'll show you a little bit later today, so you can always access this. It really shows you across the program what your clinical placement's going to look like. It tells you what the topic codes are. It also gives you an idea of the amount of time as well that you're out on placement. So you can see in first year, you've got, if you're coming in the pre-registration, so this is, you haven't come in as an RN, you'll start off with 2 weeks, and that is with an antenatal, postnatal or gynecology focus. And then going in to the second semester, you're looking at a 4-week placement, and the only thing that you could additionally have special care or intrapartum or birthing placement there. So, and then if you're an RN, you come in and you just have 4 weeks in that first semester, and then you go into the second semester in second year. You get the idea. This sits in the portfolio guidelines, and like I said, it's a quick, I guess, snapshot so that you know what's coming up. And as you can start to see with the clinical placement times and then also the clinical areas, they sort of build on each other. And so then by the time you get to third year, you're working across the whole continuum, and in low risk and high risk settings as well, in community settings. So basically what we try and do is, we do have requirements to obviously meet, but we're actually also designing placement around your future midwifery practice as well. So there's lots of opportunities. So typically where you will have a lot of your experiences might be within SA Health. There's 9 local health networks that you'll have an opportunity to engage with in clinical placement. And so just see, there's quite a lot. So you probably can't see that. Is that blocked? Or is that just blocked on mine? sometimes it's not easy to move these things around. So it's important to understand, you can probably see a few rural settings there. We encourage you to go rural. In actual fact, we expect that this will happen at least once in your placement. If you're already a rural student, where we can, we will place you in that setting, but you will need to come down at some point, particularly for more of the complexities and major metro birthing, to make sure that we can get those requirements met. Because if those requirements are not met, as in those clinical experience requirements, you won't be able to graduate. So we do support you to be able to achieve that. Oops. All right, we also have fantastic partners in with our private hospitals. And so these are the sort of major three that we partner with. And a lot of these venues actually in second year and sometimes in third year offer assistant in midwifery positions. So if that's something that you would be interested in having experience in, having some placement opportunities at these venues are really an important step to being able to apply for an AIMS job there. So we have other opportunities as well, and they're not sort of like normally when you apply for your placement, you'll be able to select where you go, or you have these opportunities. There's some things that you won't have the ability just to tick and try and select, and we offer these by an expression of interest. So this is, we have a contract with the Northern Territory in Darwin and Alice Springs where you can go and have a rural placement. So probably the best thing right now to do is just have a look at that online, because there is some subsidies that you can get around your travel expenses and accommodation. A lot of the students who've engaged in that setting have really loved it and enjoyed it. So I would suggest that if that's something that you're interested in doing, just have a look and see what you need to do, because sometimes the requirements around the compliance is just, there's a couple more steps in there. But if that's something that you're interested in, I'm really happy if you want to reach out to me and we can have a chat about it. We also offer opportunities with Embrace, so that's a private practicing midwifery group who offer support maternity care in the community. We also have expressions of interest for Helen Mayo House, and that probably won't be something that you'll look at right now, but potentially it might be something of interest next year in second year for you. And that's where women are inpatients first and getting some assistance for perinatal mental health. We've also partnering with Metro Youth Health now through the Women's and Children's and the Pregnancy Advisory Centre. The other venue that's not up there that we have opportunities into is the Adelaide Women's Prison as well. So we've got a lots of different variety, whether it's hospital or community. There's a number of really important websites that I know Edith has already sort of signposted for you, but I just want to reinforce that. So that placement work integrated learning one is really essential, as is the midwifery professional experience placement, because compliance is really necessary. Whether or not you're out on clinical placement or continuity, you have to make sure that you're compliant at all times. We also on the Flow site have a midwifery professional practice portal that has some guidelines there and lots of different things that you can look at in regards to placement and getting ready and while you're out on placement. But we'll have plenty of time to go through that, and certainly I believe Chloe does in 1101 with you anyway. Right, so uniform is really important. So even starting now and getting yourself prepared, because sometimes there can be delays with getting your uniform. So just make sure that it's that purple shirt, so it's the scrub shirt. You need to have navy or black pants. Just make sure that they're really comfortable, because working 8 or 10 hours, depending on what shift you're on, it's always important to be really comfortable. Now, shoes are always the biggest talking point. So black, the uglier the better. They're not shoes that you can wear anywhere else but placement, because they're enclosed. And this is probably one of the most talked about things. It's because you go out clinically and you notice that the staff are not necessarily wearing really big, black, ugly, tied-up shoes. The issue is that there is an expectation that students are, not just within the university environment, but also on the clinical environment. So you have to remember when you're out there, it's not just what our rules are, it's actually about what the venue's rules are as well. So Just make sure that they're super comfortable because, again, you'll probably be spending a lot of time on your feet. So just, making sure you've got comfortable enclosed shoes and particularly the heels enclosed is important. Now, a lot of the venues that you go to will actually be bare below the elbow, so just making sure that you're not wearing watches and that you've got, a watch that you can wear on your chest that's got a second hand is important. There is the Valerie Travis website. I'm not sure. I do think we are actually having a different supplier, so maybe just hold.
It can be both though, so we're expanding options, but still you can access Valerie Travis.
Yeah, so, but pop to that website, have a look on the one that Edith showed you, so that then you can have a look at the options there to start getting on top of that, because sometimes that can take a little bit of time. All right, we've hit morning tea, so I presume it's 11. I'm hoping it's 11. So morning tea for 30 minutes, and then pop back here for the next part of the session. Obviously, any sort of placement questions that you have around experience, and you'll see me at your preclinicals, but please, I'm always more than happy to answer your emails or any questions that you have. Right, so 30 minutes and we'll see you back here.
Yes, 1012 and 1019, and then the next year not do the two. Yeah, you could probably do 2 clinical topics and probably a summer period.
Yeah, that's fine. So,
and she can do a personalised have so it speaks to your I would get and a lot of people second years normally have time. Yeah, it's good to identify that when we go down and straight away. Oh, that's okay. It's live stream, yeah. It'll be recorded. We through the booster orientation. So, yeah, they'll probably send them. It's above our break line, so we have that message.
no, and we do go over this again, so yeah.
I was Tuesday. Every week this was just thank God I got out of it. I couldn't get out of it so much.
Yeah, we've got Liza Cracker doing enrollment this afternoon, so she'll guide you through the process. Yeah.
It's confusing, isn't it? It's very user friendly.
Yeah. Sometimes phones are open, so you can access it on a laptop. Yeah. The way they present on the phone is
Yeah, that's the bed.
No worries.
Yes. There's one today. At 10 to 3. What is that?
I would say
I mean, Does everyone have the one? Oh, the first one is like. Do you know where you're like, and you're out with I've got my email.
Only in clinical lab sites. I mean, yeah, so your theory into
I tried to do that and
with the clinical always where
I go to the streets
whichever one.
Oh, it was? Yeah. Yeah, I did that and then like everything helps me out. So I just have passed it. Like I've sent it around.
Yeah, so that's a long way away. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry, there'll be a lot more information about
And now I've got you guys
so, no, yeah, you're
and then the week after and then the week after that, yeah, they just the tar straight on mine. How many classes? Yeah, I just put back so. I'm like 3. Yeah. Why can't they not supposed to do that? That's what I was they said that semester 2. So when are you doing it? That's why we don't get to
Yeah, I didn't do the, I wanted to press and do the, oh my god, mine, but I had work. See where we're going. Oh, yeah. Did you bring it? I don't know.
So I went to student system. And then it's literally I mean, I guess it'd be like
Okay, is that working? So thank you for all coming back after morning tea and not doing a runner. We've now got Professor Annette Briley to give you a talk about research in midwifery.
Hi, me again. So you're going to be, as Tony said earlier, given a shed load of information today. And I just want to inspire you a little bit about research. Research underpins most of what we do. It's clinical research. It's a key finding in finding solutions. It's key to finding new solutions for healthcare problems. And I think we've only got to think back to COVID just a few years ago and how quickly those vaccinations were made available by loads of people working together to get the vaccination that protected many, many millions of people worldwide. It's changed the way care is delivered in lots of ways. So if you think back to, I'm really, really old, so if you think back to like in general medical terms, if you think back to in the 1950s, if you had diabetes, it was pretty much a death sentence until they discovered insulin, and now we've got a continuous glucose monitoring, particularly in pregnancy. Every type 1 diabetic in Australia will be monitored continuously now, no finger pricking anymore, and that's definitely the way forward. But it's also changed our delivery of care. So the old ways when I was born a long, long time ago, most babies were born at home. We then went into a hospital-based model, and now research has shown that actually a more welcoming environment is much better for women having babies. And obviously drug discovery has improved the treatments for many conditions. As I've said, insulin for diabetes, the old iron lungs. If you had tuberculosis many years ago, you would be on a ventilator and really sick and poorly. And now we have all the treatments that it's actually not nearly as big a deal as it used to be. And obviously the development of screening programs. When I started my midwifery training a very long time ago now, and was firstly qualified as a midwife, we used to see babies who pitched up with spina bifida and other things that no one knew. It just came out of the blue, whereas now we have screening programs for that. Women are screened in early pregnancy and know if there's something wrong with their baby, like spina bifida. Evidence-based practice, we know, improves patient outcomes in all areas of health, including childbirth. And we know that hospitals and universities and places that are research active and use the evidence have lower mortality rates and better outcomes. Women, I always talk about women. I do know that men get sick, and I do know that they do things, but I've been so into midwifery for such a long time. So if I say women, I'll probably often mean people, but they have improved outcomes. So during your professional life, it's really important that you know the evidence and that you use it in your practice and you question what's going on. During your education here, everything you will be taught will be based on the evidence, and we will encourage you to learn and evaluate existing evidence and contribute towards the new questions. I have a joint appointment with NALHN, so that's the Northern Adelaide Local Health Network. So I work out at the Lar McEwen as well as here at uni. And a lot of the questions and the research that we're doing at the moment, it's the midwives or the students on the ward who go, why do we do that? And you are absolutely the right people to ask the questions, because you're going to come into a system that has been around for a very long time, and people just do a lot of stuff just because they do it. That's the way it's been done. When I started my training, all women who were admitted in labour had an enema to empty their bowels, and they were shaved. They had all their pubic hair shaved because they thought that it would clean it all up for the baby coming through. We now know that that's ridiculous, that actually the baby needs to be exposed to the bugs around the maternal vulva. It really sort of sets them up for life. And now we're looking at the gut microbiome of babies that are born by caesarean section who don't come through that way, and the impact of that on their digestive system and their future health. So things move on. Good research asks as many questions as it answers, so you'll never get the answer and be totally happy. So currently in Australia, 18% of all guidelines in health are based on level 1. That's really good evidence. And 19% are based on consensus. And that's basically a crowd of people in the know, professionals who go, oh yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. And that's quite a high, almost a fifth of everything we do is based on people going, yes, that's what we do. So please be as inquiring and as questioning as you possibly can be about everything, because that's the way we push the profession forward. I've been very fortunate in my career to have been involved in a lot of research that has changed practice, and that's things like the management of preeclampsia, which is hypertension in pregnancy. We thought that some antioxidants, so giving women high-dose vitamins, would prevent the disease. It did in the lab, and so the scientists going, yes, this will really work. We did a huge study in the UK. There was another study here in Australia, and another one in America, and we absolutely categorically proved that what happened in the lab did not happen in women. So that treatment stopped straight away. Another project that I was involved with was about preterm birth, and we found that if women had an early baby previously, they were given antibiotics almost every week through their pregnancy. So we did a randomised controlled trial, giving women an antibiotic, or women at risk an antibiotic, or a placebo, which is just a dummy tablet, to see whether it reduced the incidence of preterm birth, and found that the women who had the antibiotics were twice as likely to have their babies early than those that had the dummy tablet. So the prescriptions for antibiotics in pregnancy stopped pretty much overnight, and now women are only given antibiotics in pregnancy for confirmed infection. So those are just examples of what you can be involved with and how research has changed our practice. So the quote at the bottom is from Claire, who was my research matron in London. She's a lecturer now at King's College London, but in fact she's just got a sponsored secondment to do her PhD, and she's actually looking at outcomes for non-binary women and same-sex couples, because we know that their pregnancy outcomes are much poorer than women, straight women, and people who identify as females, and she wants to know why. So again, really interesting, really different. But she said when we interviewed her for the job in research, and she'd been a clinical midwife for a long time, as a midwife I can make a difference to one woman, one baby, one family, one at a time. But as a research midwife, I have the potential to improve the outcomes for the whole generation. And I just really want to inspire you to get involved in research. I'm always around. Liz is research active. Kathy, we're really lucky within the team. Kathy is really interested in postnatal stuff and parenting. Leonie, who's just walking towards us, is interested in models of care. Liz has told you about her doctorate. Tony's interested in mental health. Between the team, there's a huge interest in different aspects of research. And if you're not talking to the right person, we can tap our colleague on the shoulder, and we would love to support you in any of the questions that you have as you go on through the 3 years. So I just want you to remember this conversation and just go, actually, and come and have a chat to someone in the team to put your ideas forward. We can help you, we can take it forward with you, and obviously at the end of your basic training there's always honours and higher degrees, but just working in research is really important. But please use the research wisely and question all the time. Thank you.
There's one more slide.
Oh, is there? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, I know there is. Sorry. Okay, so when I was in London, I worked in the first established preterm birth clinic, did a lot of work into preterm birth, and all of these babies were born early. And they were all born after their mothers had lost many, many babies due to lots of different problems. But these are all the children who are alive today because of the research that we've done. So sticking to my midwifery roots, it has to be about success and well-being in the future.
Okay, so I've just got a little video that's been sent out by the Australian College of Midwives, and the Australian College of Midwives is something that you will all join. Either, you get free membership as students, so I encourage you highly to take advantage of that. And it is our professional body, so a lot of people are lifelong members, essentially, once you graduate and register. So while this is playing, I'm just going to pass out to the tables some brochures so that you can scan the QR code and enjoy your membership. This goes for a few little minutes, so...
Hello, and congratulations on choosing a career in such a rewarding profession. The Australian College of Midwives is the peak professional body for midwives in Australia. There are massive career-long benefits to being a member. I'll tell you a bit about these while you scan the QR code and start the join process. Membership is free for students. As a member, you will have access to all of our education opportunities to supplement what you're learning at university and give you new perspectives. There's new webinars every month you can watch live or on demand in the webinar library. We cover what's topical with experts in the field and top midwives in the country and around the world. As a member, you'll also have access to a growing number of one-hour e-learning courses on things like VBAC, water immersion in labour and birth, and prenatal screening and Down syndrome. You'll receive discounted rates on conferences and events, and there are even scholarships available to attend some of these. We'll also keep you up to date and informed with the latest news and professional opportunities. We're really proud of our publications. Women and Birth is one of the top-rated midwifery journals in the world, which you will no doubt cite many times over while you're doing your degree. You'll also have access to our magazine, Australian Midwifery News, which is written by midwives for midwives. You can even contribute to the magazine while you're still at uni and start making a name for yourself in the profession. Another ACM activity that benefits everyone is our advocacy work. By being a member, you strengthen the collective voice, and that makes us more powerful advocates. In 2025, there were many budget wins for midwives, including the start of PRAC payments for students. We have also been successful in pushing for midwifery leadership at a state level, with chief midwives now announced for Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. There are face-to-face events in most states, and these are a great way to start building your professional network. In addition to state conferences, we also have some clinical skills-based hands-on workshops, and we also run several virtual events every year. So wherever you're located, you can get a taste of the CPD you'll need to do every year once you're registered. The biggest event in our calendar is our annual national conference. Last year this was held in Darwin, where about 600 midwives got together to learn, connect and be inspired by the 100 different presentations. The annual ACM Midwifery Awards are awarded at the conference too. One of these awards is for Student of the Year. It's wonderful to have your hard work and dedication to midwifery recognised in front of your peers. Every year, we accept 12 student volunteers to assist running concurrent sessions at the National Conference. These are some of the student groups from past events, letting their hair down with their midwifery idols at the dinner and meeting with Australian and international midwifery leaders at the student breakfast. They are an amazing support and in return received their 3-day conference ticket for free instead of the usual $650 fee. And this looks wonderful on their resumes. Another way to attend the conference at a reduced rate is through a HESTA student scholarship. ACM student members are eligible to win one of 8 student scholarships to attend the national conference on the Gold Coast in September. Scholarships include a 3-day national conference ticket as well as $500 towards travel and accommodation expenses. We thought it would be good for you to hear from some fellow students about what they enjoy and find most useful as ACM members. So here are some of the students who attended the 2025 New South Wales State Conference.
Well, first of all, it's a free membership, but they also offer scholarships for events like the conferences, which I'm actually current on now, and it's just been such an amazing opportunity to be able to connect with like-minded midwives and gain lots of new inspiration and so much knowledge, all for free.
We did a student breakfast that was sponsored and we learnt all about the different models of care, all about the different health districts. It was just really inspiring just to hear everyone else's stories and really come together as a community.
It was so amazing to meet all the midwives and hear from the midwives in the conference, some that I've cited during my university studies.
Being in my second year, everyone says it's the most challenging. Just knowing that the ACM is there for us and provide many online resources and webinars for us has been really good, knowing that there's that support there.
I think being part of the ACM as a student just opens the horizons for us and allows us to access resources that really enrich our learning.
Being with the ACM is all the advocacy that they do for students. They have fought so hard for us at the moment, and the newest thing they're bringing in is our paid PRAC payments, which is going to make such a difference for students with the cost of living and helping with our uni requirements.
Being an ACM student, it makes the world of midwifery really small because you can connect with people that you may not connect with in the normal space, and we all come together and it's amazing.
So join now. Here's the QR code again. It only takes a few minutes. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay, so I've got that QR code all around the place and also on the door as you're walking in and out. Oh, it's doing that thing to me again.
Hello.
Oh, hang on a minute. Okay, so this is Sienna. So Sienna won the Midwifery Student of the Year ACM Award in 2024. And she was one of our graduates from that year, and she's now working on Kangaroo Island and doing the prescriber course so she can run a women's health clinic on Kangaroo Island. So she's used resources from ACM and continues her journey with Flinders, which has been amazing. So I would like to now welcome Leonie Hewitt to come and talk about specifically the amazing careers you can have in midwifery. I need to put your thing in.
Put my thing in.
Okay. All right, let's
do my thing. Shall I take? Oh no.
No, maybe don't take that one out. Is there another one? Right, just
Sounds
let me
like there
mute
is.
for a sec while I play with this. Yes.
Store and Go. It's right down the bottom. No, keep going. Where midwifery. Which might do what we need. Actually, I don't like the way it does that. Which might, it's up to you. Are you a walk around it? I don't think I am a walk around it. Okay, how are we going? Do you guys need to stand up and shake or anything, or are you okay? You're all right. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to talk about me. Sorry. I've had a really long career, and I've done lots of different things. And I just thought it might give you an example of the things that, you know, you can do in midwifery. And so I started off in, why is that there? We'll just move that out of the way. I started off in Whyalla, and I guess that's where I got my love of biology and stuff, because I used to go out on the weekend with my friends. I've never let my kids do this, but I used to go out in the bush and find lizards and snakes and stuff like that, and little baby things, animals, and I always had something living in our, sometimes in my bedroom, but usually out in the garden. And so I really fostered this really amazing idea of nature. And I guess that's why I went into nursing. And then when I finished nursing, I was an RN in accident and emergency in Whyalla. And I guess it was a career move more than anything. I decided that I needed to do midwifery. And I'd love to say I had this passion for midwifery and I had this passion for birth and feminism and all those wonderful things, but I bloody didn't. I really didn't. I just wanted to get on with my career. And if that's you, it's okay. You can foster that later and we'll help you do that. But it's not moving.
It's not a mouse here. You just,
okay. So I went to Sydney to do my midwifery, and it was not easy as a country girl going to Sydney. Hadn't even ever been on an escalator. So, you know, it was really interesting for me. I knew no one in Sydney, and I'd got in my little Honda and driven to Sydney and parked at the nurses' station and was too scared to even go out in my car for a little while. But I eventually got to meet some really great people. And this group here, yes, we're wearing veils. It is that long ago. This is a group of us that got awards in midwifery. It was actually a really big group. And at the end, my idea was that I was going to go back to Whyalla and go back to A&E, and my job was waiting for me. Anyway, I got my car and drove back after midwifery, and was in Whyalla for about 5 days, I think, before I got back in my car and drove back to Sydney. And I got to Sydney without a job and without anywhere to live. But one of my friends in there, Mary, was living in this terrace house in Paddington, and I rang her up and I said, I don't have anywhere to live, can I live at your place? And she said, sure. And they had somebody there that was doing night duty, and I was able to sleep at night while she was at work, and then I'd get up in the morning and she'd hop in the bed. So the bed never got cold. And then I went looking for a job. And I walked into RPA and said, I've just finished midwifery, and I know that you've given all the midwifery jobs out already, but I was going to be working in South Australia, and I'm not now. Have you got a job? And they said, well, the only job we've got is in neonates. And so I started working in neonatal intensive care unit. And that's a very old incubator as well. And that was a very old baby, actually, been there for a long time. And I then did the neonatal intensive care course. So I really got the bug for neonatal intensive care, really enjoyed the high tech of it and the emergency stuff. I mean, I guess in those days I was really working on adrenaline rather than oxytocin, which came later. That'll make more sense to you later on. Then I decided I'd go to New Zealand. And I was just going to travel around, wasn't going to stay there. And funny enough, in those days, us RNs were called sister. So I rang up Wellington Hospital and said, "It's Sister Douglas here. I was just wondering if I could have a look around your neonatal intensive care unit." And they said, "Oh, so you're a nun?" And I went, "No." I felt so stupid. I think that was the last time I ever called myself sister. Anyway, I went and had a look at their neonatal intensive care unit and got offered a job as the educator there. And the RNs and RMs in the NICU in Wellington used to wear green, so I very quickly became a manager so that I could wear blue. And so there I am over an incubator while we were doing our round and stuff like that. It was quite a cool job, but the thing about it that I really loved was that I was able to be supernumerary, and I could go out and I could pick up babies from the lower half of the North Island and the top of the South Island and bring them back to our NICU. And so that was the really fun part of that job, in helicopters and fixed wings. So, and then later on, when I went back into midwifery, because I had the neonatal skills and the midwifery skills, I was able to transfer women that were in prem labour as well. And so if they'd had the birth on the way, then I was able to manage the baby. So that was a fun job. I left the NICU and decided to go back into study, and this is the cable car in Wellington. Anyone been to Wellington? Yeah? Yeah. So the cable car goes up to Victoria University, and so it doesn't look steep there, but it's steep. And so I started doing a Bachelor of Science and also bought a house. So the other slide is one of the views that we had from our house. Everyone has a view in Wellington because it's so hilly, but it was just an incredible place to live. Unfortunately, mortgage rates went up to 18% and I had to go back to work. So I went back into midwifery instead of neonates. And that's when I got the passion for midwifery. It was very close to the law change. It was just before the law change in New Zealand in 1990, which gave midwives autonomy. And midwives left hospitals in droves so that women had their own midwife from the time they knew they were pregnant till 6 weeks after they'd given birth. And most midwives had access agreements to hospitals and birth centres, and that all the women would have their babies at home. And that's still 90% of women have their own midwife in New Zealand. So I went back into the system then, but was working in the hospital trying to, really learn again how to be a midwife, to really learn how to be a midwife. And it was just such an amazing place to learn how to be a midwife. And but I found what I was doing was I was directing traffic all the time. I was working in the birth centre or in the birth unit, and when midwives would come in with their women, I would be going, "You go to that room," or "You go to that room," and I hardly ever got my hands on a pregnant woman. And so I then decided I needed to actually get out of that system and start my own private practice. So we started a practice called Midwives Naturally, and there was 4 of us, and that's 3 of us down the bottom there. The other one was taking the photo. And we also had a segment on a radio station called Active 89 FM, and that was a radio station that was part of the university. So that was great because a lot of young people ringing us up, asking us about pregnancy, asking us about labour, babies, sexual health, all that sort of stuff. That was a lot of fun. And I also had my 3 babies. I've only got two of my births there because the other one I was on my hands and knees, and you do not need to see my backside. And then with my 3 little kitties down the bottom, that's Rotorua in the background. And that is a baby's head that I had in my sling and under my coat. Then we decided to go back to Sydney with my 3 little kitties. So, went from that beautiful Wellington to the Blue Mountains, and that's Jellybean Pool. We lived not very far from there. And I worked at Katoomba for a while, driving up the mountain, did mostly work at night, until I found another group practice. And it was really hard for me to do that fragmented care after providing care throughout the pregnancy, birth and postnatal period for women that I'd developed a relationship with. And so this, oh my goodness, this little thing is a bit of a nuisance, isn't it? So we started the first freestanding birth centre in Australia with a group practice, and it was a very exciting time, as you could imagine. It was in the early this century, 2004, I think we got it up and running. And not a lot of people knew about midwifery group practice, and so the doctors were very anti it. And so this was in the Australian up here, Battlefield Birth was the title, lovely. And this one down here was Hospital Rot, because one of the surgeons at Ryde said he wouldn't let his cat have a kitten at Ryde because it was going to be run by midwives. Well, we ended up getting like the best statistics in New South Wales. We had fantastic outcomes, and they soon had to eat their words. This was on the front cover of the Lamp, and this was the first National Midwifery Guidelines for Consultation and Referral, which will soon become your Bible. And so a lot of wonderful things started at Ryde. Women would come in with us, we would look after them when they were getting close to having their baby, call another midwife in so that we had 2 midwives at the birth, and then they would have their baby and go home, usually 4 hours after the birth, and then we would see them at home for 4 weeks after that. And so, and it was a very small little hospital in the centre of Sydney, and so we would transfer women that needed to be transferred to Royal North Shore. And so it was a wonderful way to work, and I worked like that for 12 years, and then realised that I was probably getting a little bit long in the tooth to be doing that kind of care. I just got to the point where it was taking me 3 days to recover after a birth, but I've been doing it a long time, and I needed to make sure that I had longevity in midwifery because this is my life. You know, being a midwife is who I am. And so I decided to leave and do a Master's of Research. And so, oh, here we go again. When I started the Masters of Research, I was really looking at midwifery-led continuity of care, and this is, the woman giving birth is a midwife who worked at Ryde, and this birth was at Ryde with 2 of my colleagues. And I haven't got Anne's face there because she was crying her eyes out because she was just so overwhelmed with that beautiful birth that Anna had. And so my research really looked at the management of midwifery-led continuity of care, and I got the bug for doing research. And then I went, published that paper on, this little thing is really annoying. Go away. I published a paper on my Masters of Research, and I was invited to write one of the chapters, co-authored one of the chapters of Midwifery Preparation for Practice, which is your textbook, by the way. So that's the next edition you'll be looking at, which is yellow. And this is when I did my Masters of Midwifery, and that's my Masters of Research. And so then I went on to, oh God, Leonie, to Westmead as a midwife consultant. So while I was at Westmead, I was able to set up some models of care. So I set up a student-led MAPS model, off-site from the hospital, and that was a lot of fun. And we called that papoose, and that there's going to be a paper come out soon on the findings from that. And also at the same time, you might recognise this picture. We had one born every minute filmed there, and so that was a fun time to be a midwife consultant at Westmead. And I started my PhD, and so I was still looking at models of care, but then I decided to follow my daughter, who was a paramedic and coming down to South Australia, and we all moved down to McLaren Vale. And that was 3 years ago. And so then a year later, I submitted my PhD. God. And so for my PhD, I've written 5 papers on the management of midwifery group practice and how to make it sustainable in this country, and several chapters of books. So I guess I just want you to realise that as a midwife, there are lots of things you can do. You can take can't even say it. You can take midwifery anywhere. Everywhere needs a midwife, and midwives can work in the home, hospitals, community centres, universities, and the ministry.
Ministry of Health.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's the ministry. It's called the Ministry in New South Wales. So that's, yeah. Can be providing public or private services in metropolitan, rural or remote locations. You can be educators, researchers, policymakers, managers or clinicians. So enjoy your adventure. It's exciting. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll take my little thingy.
Okay, so you have an extended lunch break now, and what I want you to do is to explore what's happening on the Sturt campus. So throughout your university degree, most of your activities are on Sturt. However, the bigger campus, which you can actually walk to, I think it's about 1 kilometre, or maybe not quite 1 kilometre. Do you know, Liz? Feels like 1 kilometre because it's a bit hilly.
Quite, but you don't have to go up there.
You can stay, explore the... I've got a few slides just to quickly... There is also a loop bus. There is a loop bus. So there should be stuff happening out in the courtyard as well. These slides are from... So what have we got on the 24th? So there's a few things happening in the library services. But yeah, I encourage you to just explore the campus. There is time because we're back at 1:30 if you wanted to go to the other campus. Chat amongst yourselves. Just enjoy a break from the constant talking. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just got it yesterday.
Oh, mine's just the earlier one. Yeah, so yours is at 10. Yeah, that is. This is the one. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. So I know I wanted to. I was like, that's so much better.
Stresses me out.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh my gosh, I love it that I had a consistent one. But yeah, do you work on Thursday afternoons?
Well, before they sent that email, I'd already given my boss all the days I can work. And I'm like, I can't just change it again.
Yeah. I did that too. I asked for all my leave on Wednesdays because I think that one's on Wednesdays. And then I was like, oh, just joking.
Yeah.
And then I've got the intensive workshops. And some of these are like non-negotiables.
Yeah.
Season 1, so.
Workshop
Thursday.
3 to 6. Tuesday, Wednesday, 12 to 3. It's so hard once you change one thing, it just says like clash for everything.
I know.
I feel like when I get to semester 2, everything looks so much nicer to me. Did you do your semester 2 already?
Yes, and that feels so good. And then mine's consistently the same days every week.
Yeah, mine's so much nicer. I literally just have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for semester 2. Like, it's so nice.
Even the options are the same. This, and then you've got another semester.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm on Wednesday.
Yeah, you're just the one after me. I did the earliest one.
I was like, it's 2 options. I was like, I don't know. Oh, you just on one day.
Yeah. Same.
Also, do you just have your calendar on your, like, in your uni? Like your uni one? Like, is there a way I can transfer it into, like, Google Calendar?
Yeah, I know. I couldn't. I had to like automatic, like I had to manage all this. Yeah.
Things are like,
To get lunch. But here, I think we should get food tomorrow.
They're little bags. Oh, that's so cute. Oh. Is it like a carry bag? Oh, it's like a handkerchief. How much?
Did you get that?
That's so cute. Oh, they must pick them out later. That's really cute.
Yeah.
Anyways, she likes drawers.
Yeah, I might just like, yeah, look at that, but it's okay. Yeah.
still on recording.
Is it?
Yeah.
That means it's probably recorded and then go off.
Yeah.
Okay, how are you going to do that?
Wait, it tells you what's happening. Is this the thing? Yeah. Where do you want to go? Yeah.
even I was getting annoyed because like it's like every different day, like I'm just coming for a day, and instead of being like 3 days or 3 days, it's like I remember. Like he's just sitting, like sits in the room, but well, it has some of them like what's I think are like oh, Oh, you would be doing 102. So that's why I'm going to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we've let me put that's a really dumb. So I'm not Thursday after 8 to 11. And then I have to come back and do 5 to 6. Is that not online? I don't think we have any. No. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's annoying. That's very annoying. I'm just confused with this 101 versus 102. So if I go in here, I click on the differences. It says 1102 if I'm RN entry, which is right. But then on my calendar, I have 1101 and 1102. But it's the same. Yeah, that's weird. So if I go into the modules, I don't know whether I need 1101 undergraduate and then 1102 RN entry. But I'm in both. And according to the study planner, I'm meant to be in both. Human bioscience 1101. Yeah, that's fine. It's actually all my morning tasks. Yeah. Wednesday. But that's an online tutorial. Yeah. I think. Oh, that's one way. This is online. I guess I'll just be in person. Yeah. So it'll be the same. Right. Why do the courses are like 101 and 102? They're like somewhat the same, but a little bit different. That's undergraduate. It's my RN entry. So why do I need to be doing both? And it's just the one then. I'm not sure. I'm just going to put the same day. Because it's so stupid because that's like every single day. Like it's
Did you like go in and select your classes? Like,
yeah.
Kind of choose?
Yeah. It's just like they're all really awkward times. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah,
no, mine either said timetable clash or waitlist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I did mine straight away. Like, so they were like, I went straight in, and then it's just like either like all different mornings or like the morning and the afternoon. Yeah, that's pretty much.
Like, yeah, I have to do for because some weeks is like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. And like that, I think that's the one that you've got back like 5 to 6.
Yeah, it does.
But that's only every fortnight.
Yeah, it's not one
Yeah.
because I've got that on a Friday.
Yeah.
1 to 2. Like smack bang in the middle of the day for an hour. Yeah, like
That is.
but if it's I think they're recorded. Possibly.
So you might not have.
No.
Yes, I've got my life in last week on Tuesday.
But I've got that class there. So your 1101s, they're in person. Yeah, mine are online.
Yes, and then you put that one on Friday and guys I have it.
Fridays online.
Yeah, I tried to do it online.
Well, as well.
So hard to do anything.
Yeah, so that's like I'm pretty actually like 3 days away now.
Yeah, and it's just like insane.
Hello?
Could you go
on that and see if there's any other time. I just have to look. Yeah, I see people. Because that is too really far. But like downstairs. Yeah. Still really still but like all of the other times I don't flash with my timetable. So I have to or I can do like but it's like class. Did you bring your lunch? Yeah. So they were just like and now it's like 2 like before we change. This is just right now. Yeah, I think we should say it when we can do it. Because that, for everyone, I think it's really important. You can be flexible now. What do you guys talk about? Oh, calendars, like how the class times are going. Yeah. That 1 hour tutorial. I think I have that. I don't know. No. It's for like the human bioscience. Okay. Not that much. I haven't seen that one there. Maybe I still look well enough. Well, it's different dates to everyone, like people at class. Yeah. Oh. But it's, yeah, it's just. Are you connected to the internet? No, I'm not scared. Yeah. What doesn't work? So I can't enter you. Oh no. I want to connect to the internet. And it's in a conference room. Yeah, like my friend, she's doing like education, and all of her like lessons she can put on like the same day. So she's here like all Tuesday, all Wednesday. Oh, like it's your first year. Yeah, first year. But like I'd much prefer to do that, spend the whole day instead of like having all of these different lessons. I think midwifery is just yeah. Especially those people work. Because I work in bakeries, I work in mornings. Yeah. I go to the it's like requisite evaluation. Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's a semester to do. Yeah. That one gets me to the other one. This is not that one. What to do. Yeah. It's just inconvenient. Yeah, understanding the semester to do. Yeah. It's just to calm down. My non-verbal. That's so hard to keep track of. I would do that. I was I think it's because it's like sections. I think that's like practical techniques. I think it's like practical because if you teaching space. I would imagine me as like the teaching school those terms we get I think it's teaching space. There's two teaching spaces. So it's all the same thing in the calendar. They're right next to each other. So right away. But then every time we do and then I'm not very I just like the program is this much year, but that's come up with like ideas where just like show like what to bring and then give you like an ultimate. So like I had like band trees, so I had like all these cool stuff a bit of people on there. So but I had like I could go straight into that just for things. I don't know, maybe I would just that's what I wanted originally. But in order to do that, I just thought it's very old. Do the other stuff. And then I looked into this before I actually got that. Where did you guys go to school? Oh, nice. Do you live down that way?
Yeah,
oh, yes. Yeah, my dad actually had a big chance on it. It's like lowest shit. But yeah, it's lovely there. Oh, cool. Well, I really, yeah. But we complain about it.
are you talking to me? So fun. Please know what you're doing. That's yeah. I finished last year, but I'm like the whole I'm like June 2017. So I've got a lot of friends that graduated the year before me. They also got a second certificate because I got now I'm behind. But it feels like all my friends that are like my age are already like haven't like had a gap year or a year. Let's go on. How about yourself? Straight from school or yeah. I'll do that. I tried it. Yeah.
It is live streamed, so I feel like there'll be a recording through the orientation information. But what have we got? We've got midwifery student. What time did you say? 2:15. So Eliza's coming to talk about study plans, and that's if you wanted to be part-time or do a different journey. And then Kathy's going through continuity of care experiences. So it's information you'll get really of. Yeah, lots of repetitive information. So if I get up, I'll do it. Absolutely fine.
I went like last year with my life travel before, and I was
There is, if not, that's fine. Probably the best thing to do is to take the stairs down, and as you get off the stairs, you'll see doors that say midwifery and women's health wing. You hit that doorbell, one of the staff will be able to put in our staff room lunch fridge. Yeah, that's probably the best one that you can use at the moment. That's just below us.
How much sleep? Because I've got it in a little bag.
Okay, see how you go.
When it comes to like tutorials and things like that, would I be able to, is there breaks for that?
Yeah, and there's a, if you take the first step, there's a parent.
I don't have a card, so I can get it.
Yeah, so as soon as you get a student ID, you'll be able to swipe into there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I'm she just is. I know, I thought so. It's going to be between yeah, exactly. It'll be two, like, so I think it's two weeks because each time I'm so lucky. Oh, we've all got that. We've all got that. Yeah, the one on Friday is on the 13th is the 12th. Yeah. I think I'll drive.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a good lunch break and did some nice exploring. I've got Chio with me here, who's going to go through one of the really exciting changes in studying to be a nurse or a midwife, or I think teachers as well now, is the paid placement component. So it's not designed to profit, it's designed to remove poverty in many ways. But Chio will go through that with you. Also, I've got these little promotional rags of all the things they could do for wiping your glasses or screens down, so help yourself to one of these little pocket rags that have been supplied for us today. But take it away, Chio.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a nice day today. So here I am talking about the CPP, we call it like that. It started last year in July. So students that were enrolled at that time to have placement started to get the payments already. And now I am going to explain how the process will be for you that are new. And you may have now received some information about in place, right? So yeah, we manage these processes through in place at the moment. Perhaps in the second semester, it will slightly change because we are acquiring a new system for this, but we will let you know when the time comes. So far, I will explain you because you are going on placement in May, right? So yeah, this is going to be very useful for you. So the payment is a weekly payment that students can receive if they meet certain criteria. I am going to talk about that criteria. This is a program that we are administering on behalf of the government, okay? So we follow the instructions and all the guidelines that the government provide. There is a website that the government has for this information, and also we have our dedicated website for CPP as well. I will show you the link after. So, as you are studying midwifery, you are partially eligible, okay? Let's see what the other requirements you need. The payment is, it changed this year because it used to be a bit different last year, but it's $338.60 per week, okay? We know that is, of course, it won't cover everything, but at least it can help you. So, for midwifery students, across the whole course, you can get paid up to 20 weeks of placement, plus 6 weeks of course, okay? The course, you already know what it means, so I will explain you how you claim CPP for course later. So the eligibility criteria, which is the most important, this is the base criteria, okay? You need to be a domestic student, can be Australian or New Zealand citizen or permanent resident, okay? You need to be enrolled in a Commonwealth supported place. This means if you receive HECS, for example, you are enrolled in this CSP, so you can meet this criteria. Then your placement needs to be at least 30 hours per week. So you mostly will be on placement 40 hours per week. So that's not a problem with midwifery, okay? It hasn't been like that. But for example, if you are sick during the week and you don't meet the 40 hours, but you attended placement over 30 hours, that's okay. Okay, you can still receive the payment. This is the second part of the requirements, and this is the most important one. So you need to be receiving a Centrelink payment, okay? It's called ISP, Income Support Payment, okay? Such as youth allowance, out study, up study, or DVA education allowance. There is a list of all the eligible ISPs in our website. Okay, so it's good if you have a look at it. Okay, so this is one pathway. The other pathway is if you work. Okay, if you don't receive the previous ones, any of them, but you work part-time for at least 15 hours per week, okay? That in total can be 60 hours over a 4-week period, and you don't earn more than 6,145.48 for pre-tax income, okay? If you don't receive that more than that amount, you can meet this criteria, okay? So most of the students in the previous semester, most of the midwifery students who applied got approved because they meet any of these criteria. Now, there is another pathway, but this is only for exceptional circumstances. Okay, this is only for people that had a circumstance that was beyond their control, okay, or they have a disability or a family hardship, okay, and they could not meet any of the previous criteria, then they can be considered perhaps, but we don't assess these applications. These applications are assessed by the government. Okay, so going back to the need to work and income test, okay? So if you don't receive ISP, those Centrelink payments, but you work, this is important for you, okay? The eligible 4-week period is a period during your most recent study period. So, for example, if you start classes today, this is going to be the first day of your semester 1, okay? Here I have a calendar, so you can have a look. So for example, if you are going on placement on the 20th of May, let's say, right? What you have to consider is the 4-week period prior to your placement, okay? But not during holidays. I am aware that there is a university break let's have a look at the next one, okay? The university break, it's between the 13th of April and the 26th of April, right? So your 4-week period, the eligible one, would be before that, because after this university break, you will have only 2 more weeks of study, and then your placement will start. So we don't consider that an eligible 4-week period. So you have to be very, very careful with this, because you will need to submit the payslips for the period prior to your placement, but not during university holidays, okay? There is a calendar of this in the, it's not on the website, but it's in our Flow website that we have for students that want to apply for CPP, okay? I will talk about that later. So, also, the 4-week period needs to be consecutive, okay? Sometimes the students submit payslips that are not consecutive. That's not correct. That will make you delay your application. So better to know these things before. Good. So, yeah, this is basically the eligible 4-week period. Now, also very, very important, the CPP is considered taxable income, so it must be reported, right? When you are approved for CPP, you have to advise Centrelink that you are receiving CPP, okay? So the application process, it's quite simple if you know what to do, okay? Once you have access to your in-place, okay, and you have a confirmed placement, you can apply. You will receive an invitation 6 to 4 weeks before your placement start date, okay? So in your case, you will receive your invitation in April. Good? So once you receive this invitation, you will be able to get access to the Flow site for CPP that has resources. It has guides, it has videos, okay? So I strongly recommend you to go through that and follow the instructions provided on those guides. Otherwise, it can be a bit tricky, okay? So better to follow those instructions. Now, once you apply via in-place, okay, you can wait up to 15 days, more or less. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it can be 5 days or less, okay, until your application gets reviewed and it can be approved, or we can go back to you and ask you for further information, okay? So I recommend you also that once you apply, you check your emails regularly so that we can be in touch in case it's necessary. Good. So once you receive your outcome, the outcome will say if you were approved or not. Okay? If you are approved, you will need to follow certain instructions as well. Okay? So when you receive a positive outcome, the first thing you need to see is if it's your bank details are correct in the student portal, in the student system. Okay? They need to be correct, because if they are not and you are approved, your payment won't go through. and it will be stuck or it will go to another account, and we don't want that. It has happened already, so that's why I am emphasizing this. Also, while you are on placement, from the first day you are on placement, you have to try to keep all the track of your attendance, okay? We require the CPP recipient to submit a weekly logbook. The logbook is also managed through InPlace, and there is also a guide for that, okay, with instructions on how to manage the logbook. But in the logbook, you need to add basically your name, sorry, not your name, your topic, your attended hours, and attach the timesheet, evidence that you attended the hours that you are mentioning, okay? So once this is done, you will be fine, okay? Because otherwise, it will create issues. When you end your placement, we won't know if you attended or not. And sometimes, if you didn't attend and you didn't let us know, we will be in a bad situation, because we will need to ask you to refund the money, and we don't want that. This is not nice for anyone. So be careful with that as well. The timesheet that you attach to this logbook needs to be signed. It needs to be signed by an authorized person from your placement venue. It doesn't need you to be your supervisor, your facilitator, because sometimes the facilitator won't be there, right? So, but it needs to be a person that is helping you that day, is supervising you that day, the last day of that week, right? So they sign that document that you can download from the Flow site, and then you can upload it on a weekly basis onto your InPlace. So now the CPP for COES, okay? This is not placements now, this is for COES. You can claim up to 6 times, okay? What does it require? It requires you to complete 30 hours of COES activities, okay? How do you track that? There is a template where you can refer to. It's on our Flow site as well. A very nice student helped us to do that, because that was the way they did it. And we can, you can count there the hours that you attended, okay? The hours that you made appointments and you spent with a particular patient, okay? And so once you have 30 hours, what you do is to go to your TC, your topic coordinator, or your PEC, okay? They will check that those hours match the documents you have, and once that's done, they can sign that timesheet. That timesheet, you can also upload it onto InPlace via logbook, and let us know via email that you did that, okay? Once you send us an email letting us know, like, yes, I have completed a course, please consider it. So I will check it, and you will be receiving CPP for those 30 hours that you collected, all right? So this is once you are approved for CPP, of course. You need to go through the application process first, and then you can start submitting your COES documents, okay? Good. So now I am going to ask you if you have any questions, but before that, this is the website. Let's have a look, maybe. So this is our website. We have it we have all the information related to CPP here. It's basically what I have said today. Okay, you can see the eligibility criteria. You can see what the income support payment is. Okay, the types of income support payment, the need to work test. Okay, some examples, right? Then you can also see some information about the application process. And while you are on placement as well, you can see here that you need to submit the logbook, and here there is a link to our flow site as well. Okay? Also very important, if you are a CPP recipient and you are attending a placement, but you stop attending it because any issues happened, right? You need to let us know so that we can stop the payments as well. Any changes of circumstances need to be informed to us or to your placements team. The link to your placements team is cnhs.placements@Flinders. All right? So please consider that. I will also let you know my email address so that you can contact me for any question you will have. So this is my email address, cpp, okay, @flinders.edu.au. And this is the flow module. All right? I will go through it with you so that you can have a look. Uh-oh. It requires my fan. Just a second.
Hang on to you. Oh, that's all right.
Oh. Otherwise, everyone will see it. Uh-oh.
Oh, it might be because the computer signed in as me.
Oh, maybe.
Try again.
It's a long one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so once you have access, once you receive the invitation to apply for CPP, you will receive a link to self-enroll into this model. Okay, so please do that. Even if you don't want to apply, do it, because at some point maybe you will need it. Okay, it has very important information, Commonwealth Prac payment. Okay, so here you have some information on how to apply. There are some video guides, there are full guides, and there is also information on the logbook, on the timesheets, and important information for midwifery students, as you can see here. Okay, so here you can see that there is a video. There is also to download the course timesheet, and also the example of how to count your hours, your course hours, and a template as well that you can use. Good. So this is very important. I recommend you to go through this once you receive the invitation to apply. You can also find the link to the flow site on our website. Okay. If you go to while on placement, you can find here. This is the link to self-enroll, the one that says click here. It will take you to a page to self-enroll. So you just click on enroll in course, and then you will have access to this site. Okay? So this is all from me. Now, if you have any questions, please let me know. or you can also send me an email if you are a bit shy or if you come up with a question later.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Chair. That's great. Okay, so now I would like to invite down our FUSA Club, the Midwifery Student Collective. So this is my 5th year at Flinders University teaching into midwifery, and this club has been thanks so much, Chair, another great innovation because it comes with some really exciting things that the girls will tell you about, and I believe it brought student culture back to the midwifery degree. So how did you go sharing your screen?
In the comments.
Okay, so let's go to...
Should be in the chat.
Stop sharing. Stop sharing for a sec. Go to chat. The Google Doco.
I think we'll push that next.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do you see yourself on the camera every time you're up there?
Not usually, because they're
okay.
live streaming.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so many. No, it's a different one because this is the exact one.
That's
okay.
There you go.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Hi everyone. My name is Vanessa. I'm one of the co-presidents of the Midwifery Students Collective this year, and this is Erin.
I'm the social rep.
We thought we'd come and have a quick chat to you about who we are, what we do and everything, and convince everyone to sign up because it's awesome. Okay, so firstly, welcome and congratulations to everyone for getting this far already. It's absolutely incredible. Before we get started, we just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we meet on today and respect their cultural, physical and spiritual and emotional connection with their land, waters and community. We pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. We also pay our respects to the mothers, grandmothers and great-grandmothers throughout the generations who have birthed on this country. So what is MSC? Midwifery Students Collective is in our 3rd year running, so we're still pretty new, but definitely getting there. We're a FUSA affiliated and funded club working towards increased social and academic support for midwifery students, and we have a general committee who've been meeting regularly, working on some really exciting things. So throughout the year, we do social events, fun scrub days, we do a midwifery ball, jumpers, pub crawl, study support sessions, fundraising, charity events. So we've got some cute fun scrubs. We did a barbecue, a welcome barbecue. We've got our jumpers there, which I've also got on, and we do some different fundraising things. Do you have anything to say on that?
Just quickly, you've got the birthing kit in the bottom right as well. All of these things are accessible to everyone. But yeah, you'll see lots of this happening throughout the year. We'd like to repeat all of these, so stay tuned.
A bit more. Okay, these are all we'll post anyway. Last year, some of our highlights were we did a bit of a screening of a birth film, Birth at Home, for the International Day of the Midwife, which we joined up with the Adelaide Uni Midwifery Club as well as the Australian College of Midwives, the SA branch, which was really fun. We had our pub crawl last year, which was super cool. All the fun scrubs always, because they're awesome. And we joined in with, you did that one?
Yeah, we did a breast cancer brunch morning as well, so it's all of us there in our pink. But yeah, basically with the MSc, we like to organise a few things that can sort of expand midwifery students into try and interact with different, like the College of Midwives, the other university. I think it's really important. You will see Adelaide Uni out on placement. You'll work hand in hand with them. I think it's great that we were able to do a little movie night with them. We're looking to do some more planning with them as well, get to know your future co-workers. So you can see our little picture there of our home birth video that we set up, our little breast cancer brunch. So, midwifery also extends into, other parts of the body in breast cancer and women's health and whatnot. We did a little vulva paint and sip in a little photo on the right there. Really good, and we did a little bit of anatomy class, and it's also really cute to do a little bit of painting. And then that top right photo is our big group pub crawl photo. I'm a big ups on the pub crawl. I would say do not miss it. I think it's fantastic. I think a perfect way to sort of get to know your cohort. Looking around now, you're probably all, a bit strangers. Nobody really knows each other, and you're just doing very little classic icebreaker activities today. But by the end of third year, you guys will be like a second family. You guys will see each other more than probably that you're at home. So I think it's really important to sort of get started and get into each other and, start those friendships, and big ups on the pub crawl for that one, I think. Something that everyone can get involved in and let loose and build those friendships. And then, another little picky of us in the fun scrubs as well. So you guys will have that opportunity too. Everything on our social medias for MSc will advertise when you guys can do your fun scrubs and whatnot in your lab classes. So that'll be exciting.
On the pub crawl as well, we'll announce more soon, but that is coming up in April. So definitely get on that. This was our midwifery ball and committee from last year. So we had a bit of a do, which was really fun. We've done that both years so far and are looking to do that again later on in the year as well, once everyone's sort of a bit more knows each other and things. But yeah, so here is a QR code for our Instagram. Definitely get on that. Erin is all over that. Yes. That's absolutely incredible. Like she was just saying, we'll announce everything about jumpers, activities, events, lots of tips and tricks for placement and classes and things, and we share a lot of things from like national and international news about MID as well, and the maternity space.
I think it's really good. I know a lot of the time with a lot of broader degrees, there's heaps of different clubs you can join and, pretty general. With MID, this is your only midwifery club. It's more, I feel like some other places are, a club where you can go and sort of with a shared interest. I feel like we focus mostly on the degree for all year levels. So if you're wanting to join social events, when the jumpers are coming up, want to get ahead on the pub crawl tickets, know what your class is up to, or, what's going on in the world of midwifery, it's all on here. So you won't want to miss it. Unfortunately, I can't get into your own cohort messenger group chat, so this is my way of sort of communicating with all our year levels and combining everyone. I think it's fantastic. You'll see what everyone's up to, and it gives you a nice insight to what's coming in your next 3 years as well.
We've also got the same on Facebook as well if you're not on Instagram or if you have a preference. And we also just started a TikTok last week as well, which is really fun. So definitely have a look at that as well if you haven't already. So on the right there is another QR code because we love scanning things, to join as a member if you wanted to sign up right now. Otherwise, we will be posting more about signing up and things, and it is on our Instagram as well. It just sort of gets you in the know with everything and everything that's happening. You absolutely can come to activities and events without being a member, but it's just a nice little bonus. I was about to say, they are $10 memberships, but with that you get $10 off the pub crawl ticket and the ball ticket. So you really
making money.
You're making money, really.
Which you need just to take a discount while you can.
That's it. And then the other thing I wanted to mention while we're here is we have some positions for 2 first-year representatives as well. So these are a really great part of the team. They join both the committee, but they also have a lot to do with the staff, communicating between students and staff, so they're able to it's a really good way to get to know people, to get to talk to people. If you love chatting, it's a great role. I've done it for the past 2 years, and I absolutely love it. You just have a few meetings each year with the staff and get to go over feedback and things, and then bring it to the cohort. So
I think with MID being such like a specific degree and all of us and our teachers being really close, if anything pops up that your year level is wanting to do as a year level, you're wanting to learn something new in the labs, want to bring something up, want to organise your first fun scrubs day, this is the go for it. So your first year reps will be your sort of source of communication. So if you're looking to do something like that, get involved with the rest of us. You'll be, combined with our second year and our third year reps as well. So you'll sort of see what's going on, bring what we've done in the past to your year level as well. So we need you guys to come forward so we can make it nice and fun for a nice, fun first year.
You also get to know everything about events and things before the general.
Inside access.
Yeah, you get inside access to everything, which is a nice little bonus. So we have an event coming up next is it Monday?
Monday,
Monday. So first day of classes for you guys. So we're going to do a little bit of a welcome barbecue for everyone across lunch break. So definitely come and check us out. We'll just be out in front of the cafe. So over there. In the courtyard, you'll be able to find us. We'll be very purple. And come for a chat, come for a sausage. But yeah, so we'll be there. That'll be what we're doing first, I guess. Does anyone have any questions? It's been a long day. It's all good.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll come back next week anyway for another chat, and otherwise we will see everyone around.
If you do find, get any questions, head on to our Instagram. Feel free to send us a DM anytime. I'm always on my phone. It's not funny. So I'll be able to reply whenever. I get usually lots of questions and comments and stuff all the time. I like to put up little question boxes. Feel free to ask whatever. I think at this point with the degree, it's such a crazy degree. There's so many new things to learn. Don't feel afraid to ask something. If you're unsure, I remember first year, didn't know when to wear my uniform, didn't know what was after, what shoes to wear or whatnot. So feel free to just drop in or whatnot and you can get your answer pretty quick. Because
we've all been there. It feels like it was last week, but it's all good.
So reach out whenever. The Instagram will probably have everything on it. I'll post a lot for your first year, sort of, special dates and whatnot that you need anyways. So, yeah, enjoy. Follow us on Instagram.
Thank you for listening, guys.
Thank you. No worries. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. I would like to invite Alicia up, who's a Senior Indigenous Student Success Officer, so she can talk about that program. Just hit next and we'll start.
Hi everyone and welcome. Thank you. My name's Alicia, Senior Indigenous Student Success Officer at Yungarinthi. I'm a Ngarrindjeri woman from the Murray Lands region in South Australia. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting today on the lands of the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and those emerging. And I also recognise their continuing connection with culture, land and water. And I extend that across to any First Nation students in the room today. So what is Yungarinthi? Yungarinthi is a name that was gifted to us by Kaurna elders, meaning to impart knowledge, to communicate and to inform. So we are a support service for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students studying at Flinders. So the team is made up of Indigenous Student Success Officers. We've got Kellyanne Brown, who's up in Darwin. We've got our manager and our Deadly Study Skills advisors. So we look after students or support students in colleges. So I work very closely with students in the College of Nursing and Health Sciences. So we provide very tailored support. It's tailored to the individual. We follow students throughout the student life cycle. So we support students with enrolments. We assist with any scholarship applications, finding accommodation, wellbeing, academic, advocacy. So the support is very broad. We run a bunch of events throughout the year because it is about student engagement, bringing students together. We've got elders on campus, so really great opportunity for our students to have a chat with elders. Lots of storytelling. We've got counsellors, cultural activities. There's opportunities for students to become ambassadors. We've got, in terms of academic support, we've got the Yungarinthi tutorial program, so students have access to a tutor, so it's very content specific, and then we've got Deadly Study Skills advisors who provide the broad study support. I'm just going to skip this slide here. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about our culturally safe spaces that we have for our students. So it really is a supportive environment. It's a place where students can come, feel culturally safe, There's quiet study, there's lots of noise otherwise, collaborative, it's very collaborative, great for tutoring, and just a space where students can come together. So we do have a space at Sturt, so down the hallway, and you'll see the beautiful art on the outside of the room. So we've got Sturt campus, we've got the Tilbrookie Student Lounge, so this is up on the main campus. We've got a culturally safe space in the hospital, so in Flinders Medical Centre, as well as City Campus and Darwin. And I'll just end it with this slide here with our contact details. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, I know it's a lot of information today. Next, we've got Melissa Suckley, is a student engagement and success unit, and she's going to talk to you about what services you can get there.
Hi everybody, my name's Mel. Are you awake? You've had a long day. I'll try and make this quick. My name is Mel. I'm the Student Success and Wellbeing Advisor for the College of Nursing Health Science and the College of Medicine and Public Health. So Alicia and I kind of tag team it. We're looking after the same colleges. I have some extra slides to do, which apparently I did last year, which I can't remember. So if I fumble, I apologise. Okay, so I'm going to talk a bit about some of the stuff that's available to you generally across the university that I don't necessarily work in those units, but I do use a lot of their information. So Better You is our wellbeing gateway. So anything wellbeing related, whether it's information, whether it's self-help guides, whether it's events and activities, you can access through Better You. There's a fantastic blog that's written by our e-mental health officer, Gareth, which you can subscribe to, and he has amazing strategies for how to be a great student here at Flinders, how to look after your wellbeing, how to balance those two things. So I would encourage you to go to flinders.edu.au/betteryou and have a look at what's available to you. And then this is me. So my role is a bit of a catch-all. I like to think of myself as a link to services, supports and information across the university. So if at any time you are feeling overwhelmed, unsure, stuck, stressed out, you can book in a chat with me and come and have a conversation, and it's a confidential conversation. I won't share it with anybody else unless you give me permission to do so. And we'll have a talk about what might be impacting you. It might be unis a lot at the moment and you're not understanding some of the systems or the information that you're learning, or it might be that something outside of uni is impacting your studies. So it might be your accommodation is unsure, or you've lost your job, or maybe you've moved from a rural or an overseas area and maybe there's something happening back home that you can't get to, that you can't support well from here. I will talk with you, understand what's going on, and then try and link you in with university services. So I might refer you off to counselling, I might refer you to financial counselling, academic advocacy, learning support, things like that. So if you have any questions at all throughout the year, you are very welcome to get in touch with me. There's a couple of times when you might hear from me where you're not expecting to. So if any of your teachers are worried about you, or if you've disclosed something to them that makes them a bit worried about you, they might ask me to touch base with you. So don't be alarmed at all if you hear from me and you weren't expecting to. It's because someone's noticed something and they care. Another time that you're going to hear from my team is in about 3 weeks. You'll get a text message that says, "How's life going at Flinders? Reply for support." If you have any questions whatsoever, please reply to that text message and we'll get in touch with you and see how we can assist. Now we go into some more slides. I think that I'm going to skip all that. There we go. The Student Learning Support Service is available to you. So this is academic study skills. You will hear of it called the Learning Lounge. So there's a Learning Lounge in the Sturt Library, there's a Learning Lounge in the Central Library, and a Learning Lounge at City Campus if you're ever there, and also they offer an online Learning Lounge. So this is a drop-in service. So if you have any questions about referencing. I don't understand my assignment. I don't understand what a rubric is. I'm really bad at maths. I need some support around maths. I haven't ever written a case study before. What do I do? Those sorts of things. You can drop into the Learning Lounge and the learning advisors there will provide you with some guides and some supports. And you can drop in as often as you like when they're open, and you can study there for as often as you like as well. A lot of the conversations that I have with students, they've never been to the Learning Lounge, and it's just such an easy place to get access to. So I would really encourage you to take advantage of it. On their website, they also have a whole lot of online guides. So they have a referencing guide, they have writing guides, how to write a reflective piece, how to write a case study, how to write a lab report, things like that. So I would encourage you to check those out as well. The library, so there's a library at each main campus. The Sturt Precinct Library is that way and up, I think. There's a bunch of drop-ins that you can do if you're not sure about how to search the databases or you need any sort of search support. There's also a couple of topics on Flow that you can run through in terms of skilling yourself in how to find resources and literature. If you have any questions about anything to do with the library, when you walk in, you'll see an Ask Me, like a yellow backing with a blue eye and a circle around it, I think. So you can ask them for support. You can also call that number, select 3, or email library, and they will get back to you. They're very, very responsive. So, yeah, any questions at all, get in touch with them. And then we have a health counselling and disability service here on campus as well. So you can see a doctor or a nurse, which is fully bulk billed, so you don't need to have any money in your pocket whatsoever. You can also chat with a counsellor for free. The counsellors are a fantastic team, and it doesn't need to be to do with uni. So if something's bothering you and you feel like you need to speak with a professional about looking after your mental health, you can access the counselling team. One of the counsellors, Emily, she's here in Sturt on Thursdays, and she's a fantastic person to chat with. If you're impacted by any sort of health condition, disability, mental health condition, learning difficulty, or if you're the carer of a person with any of those conditions, then you can also speak with Disability Services and get what we call an access plan. Also, if you're neurodiverse, you can get an access plan. I would encourage you that if you qualify to do that, that provides you with some little extra supports around assessments and exams and with communicating with your teachers and things like that. At the moment, if you do need one and don't have one, at the moment, it's a little bit of a wait for appointments. But if you need any support accessing them, please get in touch with me. And then if you visit the Health Counselling and Disability Services website via that QR code, there's also a whole lot more self-help resources. As you can see, there's lots of support here at Flinders, and we want you to be aware of it. And oftentimes, I'm not expecting you to remember any of this, but when something hits, hopefully a little light bulb goes off in your head, goes, oh, someone mentioned something about that, I'll go looking. And then if you're an international student, we also have international student services. So they can also answer pretty much questions about pretty much anything at Flinders, but specifically about your transition into Adelaide, confirmation of enrolment, visa questions, things like that. They also have an orientation event on Friday, which I don't know if it's sold out, but as of last week, they had it like 1,000 registrations. So if you haven't registered for that and want to go, get in touch with ISS at that email address. Eliza.
I'm really glad you weren't able to hunt down a photo and put up there of me.
I really looked.
So my name's Eliza. I'm one of the enrolment and course advisors with the College of Nursing and Health Sciences. The course advisors here look after different disciplines. So midwifery is one of the disciplines that I look after. I work closely with Tony to provide the administrative support for your course, basically. Specifically with course rules, planning your enrolment, enrolling in topics, if you have any variations to your course, really anything to make sure that you're meeting your degree requirements. We do have a lot of other staff within the student admin services. So while I'm mostly enrolment support, we also have some administration assistants that can help with the general inquiries. We've got staff that look after timetabling specific, as well as assessments. So, all right. So you can find us in person down at the college office. So it's down in Sturt North, which is just directly that way on the bottom floor. You'll see the big sliding doors, can't miss us. We can also reach us on the phone. I don't have slides, but if you just Google the College of Nursing and Health Sciences, you'll find our contact number as well as our email. One of the best ways to reach us, though, is via Ask Flinders. So there is a tile on your Okta dashboard. It's a little green one. Click on that. It'll create a support case for you, and that will go through to the right person. And really, if you're not sure, if it's a question for us or if it's a question for Tony, you can still just put it into that request portal. If we don't have the answer for it, we'll point you into the right direction. So basically, if you haven't already, please do enrol. Enrol for the whole year as well. We strongly recommend you get all of that sorted at the start. Once you've enrolled, you can register for all your classes. If you're having any issues with it, there are detailed steps and videos on the new students' website, as well as the links to those specific videos on the student portal as you're completing those enrolment steps. I have just been told there is a little bit of confusion with how some of the labs are appearing on the student timetable. So I'm going to have a look at that when I get back to the office, and I'll send some clarifying information out to everybody. We did have a new student portal come into place at the end of last year, so there is a little bit of teething that we've found out with the timetable. But again, if you have any questions at all, just reach out to us. We'll have a look into it. We'll get back to you. And that's about it from me, unless anyone's got any questions. Otherwise, yeah, just give us a call, see us in the office, send us an email, whatever works for you.
Any questions for Liza?
Yeah, I've been, I don't know if this is odd, but I've been enrolled in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people course for this semester, but in the semester plan it said it's for next semester. So can I just deregister? Is that really capable? Because I've got 4.
Yeah, so that's one of those topics that is available in multiple locations as well as semester periods. So if you're having a look and you're double checking, you're thinking, oh, actually, I think I'm meant to be in a different semester for this, just withdraw from the topic and then you'll be able to re-enroll in the correct one.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
I've just been having trouble enrolling in one of the courses, so the Discovery Midwifery Practice. When I try and enrol in it, so that I have the prerequisites to do so in the second semester.
Yeah. What I might get you to do is if you want to touch base with me directly, you can contact me there or through the NHS inquiries, any of those. Just send a screenshot of the issue you're having. I'll have a look at that for you. All right, thank you.
All right, we're just about there. How's everyone feeling? Good? Right, it's always good to get it good. Who's feeling a bit overwhelmed? Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? But just remember, it's not going to be the only time that you're going to hear about this, and we are always more than happy to go through things and have a chat with you at any time that you need, and you'll hear us repeatedly talk about these things, okay? All right, so the next part I'm going to talk about is something that's very unique to our degree, and this is where you've probably heard a couple of people mention that when you're here in this degree, there's really nothing else like it. So if you ask your friends who are in other degrees, they typically don't have as many requirements as we have in midwifery. It's quite unique to us, and that's probably something that actually helps us all bond together because of these requirements. So has anyone had anybody tell them about the midwifery requirements, or they've heard about things like continuity care or portfolios? Has anyone heard that sort of language yet or seen that online? Yeah. Okay, great. All right. So This is not going to be the only time again that you're going to hear about this. This is just a bit of an introduction, only because this is typically one of the things students like to talk about, is wanting to know what they need to achieve to finish their degree. So part of your clinical experience, whether it's on clinical placement or with your continuity of care, you'll compile what we call a portfolio. So that is, at the moment, it's still paper-based. If you are out on placement and talking to any of your Adelaide University colleagues, they have an online format. At the moment, we are still paper-based, but at some point, I imagine we probably will move over. At what time? Who knows? And possibly not during your degree. All right, I'm just going to keep that nice and open. So your portfolio relates to all of the clinical placement that you do. So not that I expect you to remember, but when I was originally talking this morning, there was a number of hours that are associated with your clinical practice. So that's around 1,490 hours. So that's your clinical placement hours. That's inclusive of the clinical, the 6 clinical topics that you will do, and then also the continuity of care experience. So if you're an RN, you have already have some recognition for prior learning, so you don't have to worry about those hours. That's your pathways specific to being an RN. So clinical experiences happen across the public and private sectors and happens in the metropolitan area and also rurally too. And what we try and do with these experiences is give you such a variety. So you'll notice up there on the screen that there's a number of different focuses that we have, from midwifery group practice, which if you're not familiar with that term, you will be in the coming weeks as you cover that in the courses. Things like antenatal clinics, antenatal inpatient services, gynecology wards, usually the antenatal gynae wards, labour and birthing suites, birth centres, postnatal wards, domiciliary care, which is home visiting, and special care and neonatal units. So you'll get quite a vast lot of experience across this degree. Now, what I thought might be helpful is just to look at this. I thought this might be a little bit easier than the one that I put up earlier, just so that you can see just what your topic name is, and then basically how many hours, and then in the brackets you'll notice there that turns into weeks. So if you just look at first year, particularly for pre-registration, so these are students who are coming in who haven't got a nursing degree behind them, but you call Bachelor of Midwifery pre-registration. So if you look at your first year, you have 2 placements. So the first one is for 2 weeks, so that's about 80 hours, and your second placement is for 4 weeks, which is 160 hours. So you'll have Chloe take you for both of those clinical topics. And I thought it would just be helpful just to put it up there so you can see what the rest of the degree looks like. So you notice in second year you have 2 6 weeks blocks, and in third year you have some more blocks. All right, so if you're post-registration, so if you're an RN, you'll notice there you've got 2 years, and that's set out with 1 4-week placement and 1 6-week placement. All right, so the idea of this, of PEP, as we call it, is to really help that theory to practice, so you can develop those skills in readiness to be a graduate midwife and beyond. And the idea is that we're providing a lot of diverse experiences to make sure that you're ready for whatever practice, wherever you decide to go and work post-graduation. And I said we've got this portfolio that we have put together, or you put together over the course. So you'll start when you go out on placement. You'll start collecting some of these documents, which are all available via Flow, which we will show you. I'm not going to show you where they are today because that just becomes an overwhelming thing. But hopefully you can, when you feel like it over this next week, you can jump onto Flow and have a look at the portfolio, the dashboard for the portfolio section, and then you can just we'll just slowly work through there. All right, so if we're looking at who ANMAC is, so that's the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Accreditation Council, and they're responsible for education standards. So this program is accredited by ANMAC, and so whatever the accreditation standards are, we have to abide by that. The other thing that ANMAC do as well is they assess and validate the skills and qualifications of overseas qualified nurses and midwives as well. So they are in the education space, just not in the undergrad and postgrad space. So those of you who have heard about continuity of care, who's heard about continuity of care? Maybe raise your hand about the experience. Yep. So this is a wonderful, unique experience that we have as a part of this program. So this is where you as a midwifery student will follow what we call follow a woman through her pregnancy. And in the next slide, I'll tell you how many experiences that you'll need to have here at Flinders. But the aim of this is to give you a really good understanding about what the woman's experience is. So it doesn't matter what model of care, whether she's in more of a low risk setting or a high risk setting, you get to journey with her. So that's through all the antenatal care that she receives, be there at the birth and the labour and birth if that's what she wishes, and then during postnatal care. So that is something that's been around for a long time now, probably at least 20 years I'd say, or probably longer. And that is, like I said, very, very unique. And the idea is it's about promoting what is continuity of care and being with the woman, but it's actually also really beneficial because you don't just do episodes of care, you see how this care has worked out for the woman over the period of her maternity care. All right, so here at Flinders, if you are a pre-registration, so this is you're just coming straight into the bachelor degree with no RN education behind you, you'll be following across the 3-year program 15 women. And if you come in and you are an RN, you have 10 women over the 2 years because there is some recognition for prior learning there. So in terms of what this engagement involves, it's attending a minimum of 4 antenatal episodes of care and 2 postnatal episodes of care, and where possible at the labour and birth for at least, we're looking at 8 to 5, you can see that up there. We can talk about that more as we move along. Okay, so a lot of students ask at this time, I know a pregnant woman, when can I start recruiting? Who's in that boat? There's always a couple of people who go, yep, I know someone, or someone, yep, okay. So one of the things that's really important before starting this experience is that you've met all the requirements in the course. So that that's right. So that usually means that you're fully compliant. So a little bit of what Edith was talking about today. So you've got to make sure that you've got the DCSIs, the police clearances, the vaccinations. You've got to be all ready to go to clinical placement because it is clinical placement essentially. So that needs to be compliant. You need to be compliant there. And also you need to make sure that you've attended orientation at the venue. Now, I absolutely suggest, no matter what you do, almost all of the orientations that you can do so that you don't miss out on an opportunity. So you might, I think there's only one venue that doesn't like you doing that, and that's Ashford. They'll only invite you to an orientation if you are either have clinical placement or a registered continuity of care, but otherwise every other venue will require you to do. I would actually suggest that you do orientation, because what you don't want to do is find, like, let's say if you're at a Gawler and you've done your Gawler orientation, and then all of a sudden the woman gets transferred to Lowell Mac, but you haven't done the Lowell Mac orientation, you won't be able to attend as a midwifery student because they need you to do the orientation. So my suggestion is, a lot of them only require you to do it once every 3 years. So I would just go to every and all of them, get them ticked off, because there'd be nothing worse than you thinking that, oh no, that's okay, and then you get told, actually, sorry, you can't come in, and it happens. Students get turned away because they haven't done their orientation. So as soon as you can see that where the woman, ask the woman where she's birthing. If it's at a facility that could be likely, the woman could be transferred in, so that's at the smaller ones like Gawler or at Mount Barker. So sometimes women can get transferred from Mount Barker to Flinders Medical Centre. So I just make sure that I just get all the orientations done so that you're not disadvantaged or you can't actually be there with the woman. The other thing that you need to make sure that you do is you complete the close and placement workshop, which is in 1101 and 1102 if you're an RN. All right, so in terms of the requirements, and this is the time now that you just need to take a big deep breath. All right, they look like they're a lot, but remember you've got 3 years to do this in, and you've got a lot of clinical placement, so remember you've got over 1,400 hours to do this. It's a lot of time, and there's a lot of experience that you will be able to have over the 3 years or 2 years as an RN. So part of these ANMAT requirements, remembering these are registration requirements, that you attend 100 antenatal episodes of care. So that'll usually be in places like clinic or an antenatal gynae ward. That you are the primary birth attendant for 30 spontaneous vaginal births, and then you do an additional 10 first stage labour care births. All of this terminology we will go through at that workshop, so don't worry, this is just an overall introduction so you know sort of what's coming. You'll also need to have some complex care experiences across pregnancy, birth, labour and the postnatal period, so that's around about 40 experiences. And this can be a part of not just the clinical placement that you're on with those 6 topics, but remember with your continuity of care as well. Then there's 100 postnatal visits or episodes of care. So again, this can be in the hospital on the ward or out in the community with the community midwife. And part of these experiences, you'll be working with women and assisting them around the protection and promotion of breastfeeding, women's health and sexual health, and assessing the baby and mum at 4 to 6 weeks. Additionally, there are 20 full examinations of the newborn that you'll undertake and some experiences, particularly in the special care nursery with babies. Right, so those are the requirements in a bit of a nutshell. So that gives you a bit of an idea of what we'll be talking about as your degree progresses. Probably the most important thing right now is just to be really aware of thinking about your uniform, thinking about your ID badges. I know that sounds a bit silly, but those things sometimes we can wait till the last minute and then all of a sudden it's on you and you're trying to get these things done. Like I said, venue orientation, and I'm not sure if you recall, but Edith showed you where to find that venue orientation website. So I would just signpost that or make it a favourite on my computer because you will go to it a lot. It's also around the continuity of care experience, that flow site, which will also take you to, not today, but another day, because I think we're probably getting quite a lot of information now, where you can have a look at the experience and the forms and all the sorts of different things. You won't be asked to fill out the forms without some guidance around that. So if you start having a look, don't get overwhelmed around that. There's also a number of guidelines there to be helpful. One is medication management guidelines. There's also portfolio guidelines as well. There's some information around the sort of more community-focused placements that you might do with an EOI. So one of them is the rural opportunity I spoke to you earlier about today. And just making sure that you're really up to date with your compliance. That's the most important thing. And the one thing to remember too, and I'm not sure if Edith said it, but you'll have to upload everything onto InPlace here. Now, InPlace is a university system. It's not a hospital system. So what you might find at your placement is before your first day, or might even be continuity, they'll want to see these documents. So it's important that don't just put them in some random file, save them in your compliance file, because the venues, if you thought that maybe we gave them to the venues, that's not what happens. We have it for our purposes at the university, and the venues themselves want to see it again. So it is really important to keep that separate folder ready for the fact that you'll need to take that either on your first day of placement, or sometimes they like you to email it to them before you get out there. But we're always here to answer your questions, and I think sometimes the biggest challenge can be if this might be your first experience at university, coming from school can be a really big difference. So it is really important that you reach out to us. We absolutely understand the journey that you're on. There is no such thing as a silly question, and it's always better to reach out and ask. And you also might be in a place where you might not have studied for a while, or you might be coming in and you haven't ever studied before and this is your first time studying. So any of those, if you fit any of that box, and I'm sure everyone does in some way, please just make sure we are able to help you, because that really is the heart that we have for the students. We just want to give you the best experience and help you to get through the course. So just don't ever be afraid to reach out. So again, these are the resources. So you've got your flow site placements, what Edith took you through today, as well as the midwifery professional experience placement. The other thing there too, and I'm sure this will probably be available, this PowerPoint, will it, at some point?
Hopefully.
They're all linked. Now what you'll notice there is called the Midwifery Student. So we have a website where women can register their interest to have a student follow them through. So that might be something that as time goes on you'd like to promote as well, because it's a service that we offer here at the university. All right, that is me. Thank you.
Beautiful. Do you want to do me a favour? Sure. And just hand out bunches of these little things. Okay, guys, we're going to just race through the next few slides so that we can just do a little Q&A at the end of the day. So I'll just play this little video for you. Sorry, apologise, I was leaving that at the same time.
Hi, my name is Kyla Campbell and I'm studying midwifery at Flinders. What draws me to midwifery is the care that we have for women that's during that whole journey from even before they fall pregnant to then, pregnancy, birth, labour, and then even into the postnatal period. And I just think that that's absolutely incredible. And learning about that and looking at it really closely, I was really in awe. So far, we've already learnt how to feel for a baby when they're in utero, so feel their position and then listen for their heartbeat, how to check cervical dilation. We've obviously learnt how to deliver a baby. We've then learnt how to do an examination on a newborn baby and check a mum straight after birth. And then we've also learnt how to assist a woman to breastfeed. Pretty much all of the teachers that we have in the midwifery course either are or were working midwives, so they teach from personal clinical experience, which really makes the learning and the teaching more personal. You know, it clicks. They can come back on Monday and say, I was at this birth on the weekend and this is what we learnt from it. The course is 50% practical learning, so that's mixed between practical skill labs, and then we also go out on placement and we also recruit women that we then follow through their pregnancy. So we kind of go first into the labs, learn a little bit about the scenario, practice with the dolls. We have an actual birthing simulation doll. We have a pelvis and a baby and we practice. We already in first year go out on placements and we really hone in those skills on and learn with actual women. We do them at all the major teaching hospitals around Adelaide, as well as some of the private hospitals, and out a little bit further, some of the outer metro and rural hospitals. We go on placement for usually 2-week blocks up to 6-week blocks, and we do 40 hours a week. They really do prepare you for what the clinical scenario is going to be like, kind of the work that you'll be doing. You take on a caseload, you work with the midwives, you kind of work in the team. And so we have that whole continuity of care where we're going through exactly what you would be doing. But obviously as a student, we're kind of learning more and taking opportunities to kind of, ask questions of, okay, why are we doing that? And what does this about this clinical situation mean with the care of this woman and her baby? Our placements definitely prepare us, I think, for what working in midwifery will be like. The best thing about studying at Flinders is the flexible study options. You can do the course full-time on campus, or you can split it and do it at part-time, and there's also options for online study. Usually there's some kind of tutorial or lecture kind of giving us an understanding about what we're going to be learning about, and then we'll come in and go into the Sims labs and use those skills that we've just learnt and do them in practice. I tend to spend a little bit of time after class going to the library. We do personal study, or we do have a lot of group assignments as well, so that's a perfect opportunity then to go and meet up with your other classmates. For my dream job, I would love to work somewhere in the antenatal field, but then after going on my rural placement, I actually really fell in love with that clinical situation. So I think maybe I might go rurally one day, but yeah, we'll just see where it takes me.
Every time. Okay, so the Wi-Fi, you will get used to the Edurome, logging onto the Edurome, but that's just some information for you on the Wi-Fi connections while you're here. I think all this information about your student ID card is on the student support pages on the Flinders website for the College of Nursing and Health Sciences. But has everyone thought about getting their student ID card? A few people have got it already? Great. To enrol and register. I feel like that is pretty much, there's just some information on transport here, but we might just go straight to the Q&A. So this is any questions you have. Yep, you can ask me and Kathy basically, because that's the panel that you're left with. Everyone's gone back to their teaching and stuff. So does anyone have any questions for me? Yes.
This is what I look like.
So I noticed in the video when they were doing the simulation practicals, they had the uniform. Would you recommend we get the uniform like as soon as possible? Or?
Yeah, you will need the uniform for the lab classes. So whenever you're in the clinical labs, you need to be in full uniform, and whenever you're on placement, you need to be in full uniform. It's up to the clinical topic coordinators, but fun scrubs don't normally come in until Fridays in second year and then in third year. So you will need your full uniform sooner rather than later. Yeah.
I was talking to some people before, and they've got the same problem as me. Is there somewhere we can try on the sizes before ordering them online in case we make
Yep,
mistakes?
Valerie Travers in town is the current, the sizes there that you can go and try them on there. Yeah, I'm just waiting on information. There was a secondary supplier, but I haven't got confirmation yet, so I'll release that on the student portal when I do, which is hopefully more local.
So I was looking through the modules yesterday, and it said that if we haven't got the scrub tops yet, that we can wear like navy or black or white button-ups or polos to our labs. I was wondering, because like at Kmart and stuff, they have just like blue scrub tops that go with like blue pants. Can we wear something like that, or does it have to be like a button-up shirt?
You're looking at me. Yeah, whatever is appropriate until you
Yeah.
get the uniform. We're aware that there's a bit of delay with uniforms. So one of the reasons that we're looking into a secondary supplier was there was big delays last year.
Okay.
So long as it's clinically appropriate, bare below the elbows, then that would be acceptable in the labs.
So just like a basic black, blue, or white
Yeah.
scrub top would be okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Did you want to ask about the shoes?
Oh yeah. I heard that the shoes had to be like leather and like no holes or anything.
Yeah.
Are
So
there-
that
yeah.
is birth can be messy.
Yeah.
So like if I'm on labour ward, I have wash down shoes,
Okay.
but they're supposed to be fully enclosed so that no fluid can get into them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one down here. Oh, there's
yeah. That'll happen. Oh, that's all right.
Sorry, just another question about. Oh, can anyone hear me? It's just another question about uniform. I was checking on the website before, and there's like a polo top on there as well.
Yes.
What's the polo top for?
So
Like,
you
what
can
would
wear
we
the polo top or the scrub top.
Oh,
it's
okay.
either or. Yeah. So both are acceptable on placement.
Yep, and then I just had another question about like the continuity of care. When you follow like the 15 women throughout your 3 years throughout the course, do you need to attend the births for all 15?
It's about 8, I think, but the goal is that you're providing continuity to the woman, so it is woman-centred, so we hope that you will be at the birth.
So that mostly runs in like the background.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So that does mean you're pretty much on call as well then?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
The life of a midwife.
Yeah.
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 So you are supposed to attend the birth. So it's the 4 antenatal visits, the birth, and the 2 postnatal visits. But if you miss one or you don't, if you can't get to one for whatever reason, it's okay. But yeah, you don't go into it thinking, well, I'll just miss, X number of births, because you should aim for all of them.
Adding on to that, do we have to find the women ourselves, or are they like provided, or is it like a bit of both?
It's a bit of both, yeah.
There is a sort of website and phone numbers, and Kathy gets information.
So there's a website, and then also when you're out on clinical placement, particularly if you're in an antenatal clinic or with MGP, it's a great place to recruit women. Yeah.
And the midwives will know that you have to do it, so they help.
I currently work at the Women's and Children's in a birthing program. Am I able to recruit my women through there?
Yes, you
And
are.
then just instead of my title, say I'm a student.
Yeah. The problem lies is when you're in the paid employment role, you can't gain experiences through that. So you can't record the experiences when you're in paid employment, but you can recruit that way. Yeah. Kathy, get your steps up, girl.
I might have missed this, so sorry if I misunderstood, but you were talking about the continuity of care, 15 women over the course, 8 births, and then the next slide was saying 30 births?
Yes. Yeah.
So is that... How does that...
Sorry, is that all right?
Yeah, go for it, Kathy.
All right, so you have to be the primary birth attendant for 30 normal vaginal births, and those experiences can be part of continuity, but they're sort of separate in one sense, but they can still be included, if that makes sense. So in total 30, and some of those women will be a continuity, and some will be on placement. That's right. Does that make sense?
So if you did manage to attend all of your coast births and they all had a normal vaginal birth, you're halfway there.
That's right.
But the reality is that they won't all have a normal vaginal birth and that you won't be able to attend all of them. So the 30 sits in one count, and sometimes you might be able to double dip in that you just happen to get a normal birth from one of your coast women.
So when you're on placement on birth suite, that's where you'll get those other births. They'll be sort of random people that you don't know.
Okay.
That makes sense.
But that you're providing great care to.
Yes, absolutely.
That's right.
Very quickly.
And that sort of works also with the antenatal episodes of care. So some of those will be a continuity, but then the rest of them will also be while you're on clinical placement.
Great.
Hang on, up here.
Just in the background, I'm just changing some slides, and these are just some admin information slides. So just have a look at each new slide as it glances up.
Do we need to buy any textbooks, or can we just borrow them from the library?
A lot of them will be accessed either online or through the library, and your topic coordinators will give you information on your essential text per each topic. Yeah.
There is one main text that we use that is probably worth buying, which is the Pearman Preparation for Practice,
which is the one Leonie spoke to
which is the one Leonie talked about. It's called... Is it called Midwifery Preparation for Practice. And
the new edition's coming out.
Well, the new edition's not coming out till September next
Oh,
year.
okay.
So, I would just
get the old
one. They're in the library and stuff, but we do use chapters from it all throughout the program. So if you don't want to mess about with that, and also it's relevant to the Australian-New Zealand context. So it's...
Now check Facebook Marketplace, but also the Midwifery Student Collective. They tend to pass on their old texts and stuff, so you might be able to get your hands on a second-hand one as well. So again, I just had the security slide up, which is available 24 hours at Flinders campuses, and a safety slide if you just want to have a brief read of that. Raise your hand in the background if you get any questions as you're thinking. We'll keep scouting the room. Oh, God, more.
You were talking about the orientations to the hospitals and that it's best to do them all beforehand. How long does an orientation take at a hospital?
Depends. I'd allow at least an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not, but if you have a look on the website where it says the venue orientation, it'll give you an idea on the wheel one. Yeah.
So when you go on placement, is that in like a regular semester or is it in your uni break?
The placement blocks
Yes,
are within the semester, yeah.
But just in saying that, we operate the program across most of the year. So if you've got friends doing like a science degree or a history degree or something, and they'll have their 12-week of semester and these big breaks in between, we don't do that. So we do come back in January, we end late November, December. So just bear that in mind as well. And it's lots of clinical programs do that, medical programs do that as well, because we have to be able to use all of those weeks to fit in the theory and the practice.
Yeah. So next year you will come back at the very end of January. That will be your first contact class starting. This is the only year where you sort of start in March. But you get breaks. So it'll be a 6-week placement block, but you're only doing 4 weeks of it. So you've got a 2-week break there, then you get a 2-week mid-semester break. So you do get breaks throughout the year. I don't want you to think that you're here 52 weeks a year. It's just that at some point, some students are here. So the programs run that. So we need to be here, basically. But yeah. Oh, you got one at the back?
Just for the orientation at the different hospitals and stuff, can you just rock up, or do they have like
No.
a planned thing? All right.
They're
So-
scheduled and you have to book into them.
All right, you have to book. Cool.
It's on I think it's the midwifery pre one on Will. If you go on there, it says right down the bottom, it's got venue orientation. If you click on that, it's got all of the sites, and then you click on that, and it tells you when they are, and then you can register for them as well.
There was a question down here. Sorry, Kathy.
I've got a question. With like the longer breaks we have, if we have like a continuity of care where she's obviously gonna have the baby sometime during the break or just after the break, do we kind of really get a break because we have to go and visit her and like go with all the appointments and everything?
I mean, you have control over which coast women you accept. So if you were like going to overseas or something, I wouldn't accept a coast woman that was birthing in that time. I would flick it to a peer.
So you know the due date.
But ultimately, yeah, once you've got a coast woman, you are on call for those women.
So you can schedule breaks, but otherwise, yes, the answer is yes. You don't really have a break if you get called into a birth those 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right, and it's probably also, and I'm not sure if I actually said this, but it's important to remember any care that you provide to the woman will actually